First, welcome everybody to our K writing workshop. I think we're coming on about year 14 or so doing these, and they've usually been well attended, and we've heard that people find them to be quite valuable. We will make all of the slides available to you, so don't feel like you have to take pictures of the slides or furiously take notes. If the latest and greatest versions are not available at the moment, they will be by the end of the workshop. Some of us did some updates rather last minute, and so we'll get you the most recent versions. Just to introduce myself, I'm Carol Mangione. I'm a professor in the School of Medicine and the School of Public Health. I'm a type 4 translational scientist. You'll see in our talks today that we've tried to represent senior scientists with a lot of expertise in grant writing and in grant reviewing across the translational spectrum. So, we're going to be focusing on the things that do cross the whole spectrum, but you will hear some specific guidance for whatever part of the spectrum you are on, whether you're a T0, T1, T2, T3, or T4, or some combination of those. And so typically what we do is, rather than taking questions during the talks, we have panels with the speakers so that you can send any of us, or you can raise your hand and ask questions to any of us. I think, Brisa, you've got the chat enabled too. So feel free during the Q&A and even before to write some questions in the chat. I think, Mitch, during my talk, would you mind monitoring the chat? We can trade off that responsibility. And if we can answer questions in real time for the whole group to see, we'll go ahead and do that. That has actually worked pretty well with previous iterations of this. Mitch, do you have any other intro comments you'd like to say other than to welcome folks before I launch into the first talk?
I just wanted to mention that tomorrow we're reviewing specific games and grant proposals, and we welcome everyone to attend one of those breakout sessions, even if you don't have a grant being reviewed. I think it's a great process to see how grants are written and to see critiques of other people's grants. It gives you a sense of how to put together your own grant.
Good point. Forgot about that. I knew there was something else. Okay, why don't we get started? And I'm going to be mindful of the clock here and keep us on schedule. And I will ask each of the other speakers to just briefly, when you start your talk, so we're not passing the ball too much, to introduce yourself and type of research you do, and then launch into your talks. So my talk is the 20,000 mile up talk, really looking at the whole process of how one applies to K awards and how one gets one. And then for the very critically important pieces of that, you'll be getting full drill down talks from other speakers. So if this feels like a bit of a grand tour, it actually is designed to be that way. So first of all, what are Career Development Awards? These awards are provided to faculty, scholars, postdocs with protected time to conduct research and to do career development activities. And the goal here is to lead to independence as a principal investigator in the biomedical, behavioral, and clinical sciences. It's really important that you keep that goal in mind when you structure your K award application. A lot of times people put a tremendous amount of work into the science, and then they give kind of short shrift to the career development activities. And that's a dangerous pattern, because the career development activities can constitute, a review of those can constitute 25 to 30% of your score. So you really want to think of the project as a learning lab that you can leverage to acquire new skills that are going to make you a more competitive PI in the future. And you want to make that linkage between the timing of when you learn things for the educational plan and when you need to use those skills in the projects. You'll hear more about that later. So there are many types of K awards, and that can be a little bit confusing for people. So we're going to go through the types, the major types, and refer you to the NIH K kiosk for further details. So these are mentored awards. They're not independent, and they're for early stage investigators. There are non-mentored awards at NIH for independent investigators to acquire new skills. And you're going to hear a little bit about an award from Dr. Evans that is a transition award from mentored to independent bundled up in the same award. And then you probably have heard about the institutional K awards. So our CTSI has something called a KL2 program, which is a cluster of K awards given to the UCLA CTSI to then hold an internal competition and to distribute to investigators. And that program is run by Mitch and Ella, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about that today too. So the purpose is to develop new research skills, to protect your time for conducting research and training in the biomedical, behavioral, or clinical sciences. To be eligible, you have to have a doctoral degree. And then importantly, you need to be a US citizen or a permanent resident. Now, the only mechanism where there's an exception to that rule is the K-99. Typically, successful K awardees are junior faculty. And you're not going to be eligible if you've ever been a PI on an R01 or some other kind of big grant. These K awards are not renewable, and they're in 3 to 5 year duration typically. They prefer that you have a full-time appointment, but I'll talk to you about some part-time possibilities. And they require a minimum of 75% of your full-time effort. And the salary, depending on the institute and the type of K award, can range from 75 to 100,000 a year, plus fringe benefits. Now, I bet you're all scratching your heads and thinking, how is $75,000 a year going to cover 75% of my time? And so we're going to talk a little bit about that issue. The amount or the stipend on the K award does not come close for most people, covering 75% of their time. So you're going to be requiring some level of institutional salary commitment to be able to make yourself whole with these. The award also has a small research budget, typically between 25 and 50,000. This also varies by institute or center. And if you go to the institute-specific web pages, you can see which ones award which amounts. So K awards come in a lot of types. The K01 is typically for clinicians or PhDs in the fields of epidemiology, outcomes research, and you must have accomplished independent research experience after earning your degree to be eligible. So what does that say? That means that if you did a postdoc after your PhD and you did a research project, you're eligible. If you're coming day one right out of your PhD and you're applying for a K01, you're probably not going to be competitive or eligible. So you have to have demonstrated that you have a few publications and that you finished a project before you apply for this mechanism. The K08 provides salary research support for full-time supervised career development in health-related research that does not involve patients. So some people who are MD PhDs or MD MS trained or PhDs might apply for a K08 if, say, you were using secondary data, or if your research was animal-based or cell-based. The K12 or the KL2, those are the same. And these are those institutional awards where, you know, the UCLA CTSI gets a group of K award opportunities, and we have an internal process to select who gets those. And our internal process really mimics closely what the process would be if you submitted directly to NIH in terms of the materials required, in terms of how the proposals are scored and ranked. The K-23 is salary and research support for full-time supervised career development in patient-oriented research. And most people who would be applying for a K-23, if you're a specialist like a cardiologist or a nephrologist, you're going to have completed your specialty training. And typically K-23s are for junior faculty. And so we'll have a little bit more of that. There are other types of K awards here. I've got a little description of the K-25. And Dr. Evans is going to talk to you in one of our talks this morning about the K-99R00. So I'll kind of scoot over that one. I've put the web link here for the K Award kiosk at NIH. And then at the end of my talk, I'm also going to talk to you about diversity supplements a little bit. Oftentimes diversity supplements might be a good source of funding when you've taken a faculty job and you're not quite ready to apply for a K award and you need some protected time to help yourself be more ready. So we'll talk about that. Diversity supplements don't go to peer review. They're decided by the admin staff in the institute. So the turnaround's faster, the duration is shorter. They're not awarded to you. They're actually awarded to the person who is the PI on the grant. Sometimes you might have a mentor who has a R01 grant, and they can apply for a diversity supplement on your behalf to help cover your salary so that you can do more research, write more papers, get yourself ready and at a level where you're going to be competitive for a K-Word application. This is a picture that NIH made. And it kind of gives you a visual image of how they see these various research, training, and career development grants. And so some of you may have been supported on a training grant like a T32. Those are really for graduate medical students, postdoctoral fellows. And then we have this transition time. That's where the K awards are. And then, finally, when you're done with your K award, or even before you're done with your K award, maybe in year 4, you're starting to apply for some R1s, and those are the independent awards. So NIH really cuts up the universe in training, transition awards, which are the career development awards, and then independent awards. And here are all the lovely numbers that go with all those types of awards. On the left, what you see here are research grants that are non-mentored awards. And you can see that for some of these, like the R03 small grant program or the R21 exploratory, sometimes people will be writing those after they get their K award and before they finish their K award to augment their research. R01s typically are after, really the marker of having transitioned to independence. Okay, so how do you apply for K award? You have to follow the instructions. That may sound silly to you, but one of the things that makes it very hard to get reviewed at study section is to have not followed the instructions. So if you haven't used the right font, if you don't have the right page limits, if you don't have the required sections, there are these administrators who look at all the applications. And if you don't meet those criteria, you get kicked out of the queue before you even get reviewed. So it's very important to follow the SF 424 instructions for K awards. And I've put the link, a picture of the link here on the website. So time commitment and salaries. I get a lot of questions about these, so I want to spend a little time going over this. The K award requires 75% full-time effort. If you're in a procedural specialty, like if you're a surgeon or an interventional cardiologist, you can do 50%. And this is acknowledging that you need more time to keep your procedural skills up. For the K08 and K23, the support right now is about 100,000 at most of the institutes. Once you've identified the institute you want to apply for, they will have a section on their website for career development awards, and you can see the specific amount. And then again, the research budget is going to be 25 to 50,000 a year. That also varies by institute. And so what you're hearing in my message with this slide is once you know which institute you're going to, you got to look at their website for the specifics. So what about that remaining 25% effort? So the remaining effort up to 25% can be funded to do additional research, teaching, or clinical work, or other efforts that complement the career development that you've outlined for the K Award. Hey, everybody has to mute, please. Check and make sure you're muted. I hear someone talking. Usually our institutions, our universities or research centers will have to supplement the salary of the K Award to bring you up with a level that's consistent with the salary scale. So anticipate if you get one of these that you're going to have a salary gap, and you're going to have to talk to your direct supervisor and negotiate with your institution to get some collateral funding to make yourself whole. The effort directly committed to the K Award must be from non-federal sources. So if you've got some extra funds coming from your institution to support you or your project or your education plan, it has to not be coming from a federal grant. It has to be coming from other institutional sources. Those could be sources from philanthropy. Those could be an offset from clinical revenue that your department might be collecting and have a surplus. It could be from any other source, but not federal sources. It could be from foundation grants, private grants. The effort not directly committed to the K can come from federal or non-federal sources as a project director or PI, or in another role as a co-investigator, as long as the specific aims for that other supporting grant is different than the aims for your K Awards. These notices that I've marked here with the web links give you a lot more details on each of these topics than what I'm going through today, but at least I'm trying to orient you to this. This is a picture the NIH made to help explain what I just said, which is that 75% must be devoted to the K Award. That blue part of the pie could be 50% for some people in the specialties that are procedural and for surgeons. And then the 25% not devoted to the K, the salary compensation can come from federal or non-federal sources, including salary support for either research, teaching, or clinical duties. So during the last 2 years of a mentored career development award, so let's say you have a 5-year award. So we're talking about year 4 and 5 of the 5-year award. NIH will permit you to receive concurrent salary support from any peer-reviewed grant from any federal agency, NSF, CDC, you name it, okay? So this is true only if you meet the following criteria. You're a PI on a competing research grant project or director of a sub-project on a multi-component grant. So what am I talking about here? There are these grants called things like P50s. You might have a mentor or a senior investigator in your group who is the principal investigator on a P50. P50s usually have nested in them projects. And those projects are kind of like little R01s nested inside the P50. So if you're in charge of one of those projects in year 4 or 5 of your K Award, you're allowed to do that, and you're allowed to be compensated for that. So that's what we're talking about here. But to do this, your K Award has to have already been awarded and active when the R grant or the P series grant or the U series grants. U grants are cooperative agreements. I could get into what a cooperative agreement is, but these are the big grants that oftentimes have projects nested under them. And in these circumstances, you can reduce your K Award time and effort to 50% to make room to do the project that's in that larger grant. I'm going to skip over that and go right to here. So this is a picture of what I just said. So in this situation, if you were a PI on an independent federal grant during the final 2 years, now the pie looks like this. 50% is work on your K award, and 25% still could be, from a salary support compensation from federal or non-federal to cover those other domains of your job, like teaching and clinical care. And then now you've got this light blue box of 25% in the last 2 years, where you could be a PI on a federal grant and have some salary support from that. Okay, so what about when life happens? So
Carol,
yep.
can we just, a quick question came up, and what if you're just a site PI? Can this be done along with the K?
I don't believe so. In the the green box, right? You can be a co-investigator on someone else's grant doing research that's different than your K award. So it could be part of that 25% in the green box, but to mitigate the K award to 50%, you have to be a PI on a grant. So to be in the light blue box, you have to be leading a project. That makes sense?
Thank you. I think that makes sense to me.
Sure. Okay, so this is my slide about life happening, right? So you have to be full-time when you apply for a K award, but then you get the K award, and then sometimes there might be personal or family situations, such as a sick child requiring parental leave, elder care for a parent who needs hospice care, and you really want to go part-time for a while, maybe for a year or two. Okay, and if this happens to you, basically you don't go back to the study section, but you go to your project officer at the institute, and you can write a letter and explaining why you want to go part-time. You don't have to provide personal medical details on you or your family members, but you can just say it's for a medical leave. So let's say you were full-time, and now for a year you want to go 50% time so that you can provide a parent with hospice care. You just write that simply in a letter, and it will be approved by your project officer. Okay. They will never approve an accommodation so that your boss can make you do more clinical work, or so that you can go off and do a joint venture, starting a company. This is really for personal medical emergencies or family member emergencies. So you submit a written request to the awarding institute, and you request a reduction in effort to less than 75% for up to 12 continuous months. So you can't do this for just 3 months, okay? It has to, you're making the commitment for a year when you do this. It's considered on a case-by-case basis, and you can't drop below 50% effort. So if you really need to be 75% off, this isn't going to work for you, okay? Again, at the time when you apply for the initial award, you've got to be full-time. Okay, so to get the award, you have to be full-time. You don't want to talk about these situations at the time of your initial application. This is after you get the award and you've been working along and something happens that makes you have to drop down your effort. Oftentimes when these events happen, the NIH, I've never seen them not approve them for a personal illness or a family illness. Oftentimes they will let you carry forward the excess salary support you didn't use while you were on the leave, which is nice because then you can get a no-cost extension year, might be like year 6, and you'll have more time to catch up on the research that you missed doing while you were doing whatever you needed to do personally during the leave. Reasubmissions. This is another complicated topic. And in the interest of time, I'm watching the clock here. I'm going to skip by this, but I'm going to strongly recommend that you look at the notice here that I flagged for you to learn more about this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at NIH and the alphabet, right? So we have all of these acronyms that people throw around and use. And what I've tried to do is define them for you here. So how do we, where does the NIH get their money? They get their money from the US government. Okay, so the US government, we have Congress. Congress appropriates the funds. The funds go to the institutes. The institutes are widely varying in size in terms of the amount of money they have. National Heart, Lung, Blood, NCI, very high funded. Some of the smaller institutes like the National Eye Institute, much smaller budget. And then NIH does investigator initiated awards. So these are grants that we think of the science and things we want to do. And then there are also calls for specific areas of research that the Institute wants to see done. The reason why they direct some of the science directly is because of Congress, right? So Congress has lobbyists, and a lobbyist might, get to a congressperson and get a specific appropriation put into the annual budget, like you got to do more research on spinal cord injuries. And so to be accountable to Congress, the Institute will allocate funds that are earmarked for specific topics or specific types of grant mechanisms. So, you could say that's unfair because it makes the pie smaller over here. But if you're lucky enough to be in one of those areas, it's earmarked some money for the area that you're in. So, whether it's fair or not, we could talk all day, but it is a reality of how this is done. Okay. So the institutes, how's NIH organized? So you have here in the middle, the Office of the Director. And in these little blue circles are all of the institutes. And then there are some centers. You might notice this center called NCATS. That's actually where the CTSIs are funded through. And so this is kind of the organizational structure. So that's how it's organized. And now we're going to talk about relationships, because you have to have relationships with people in that large impersonal picture that I just showed you. So, I want you to really early on, you might be in the pre-contemplative phase of your, K award application, but early on, I want you to start thinking about which institute might be the best fit for your work. And there might be more than one. This is oftentimes the case for my work. I do a lot of research that is great for the Diabetes Institute, but I also have a focus on older adults. So sometimes I might have a project that could go to either place. How you're going to decide which place you want to consider at first? Well, part of it's going to be from the project officer's perspective and the Institute's strategic plan. So all the institutes have a strategic plan that's written and on the website. And as you're thinking about where your work should go, you want to actually carefully read the strategic plan, because if you fit into a big area of emphasis, it's more likely that that institute's going to be extremely interested in developing you as an investigator. Now, so, when do you actually find the right person and operationalize the relationship? Well, each of the institutes typically has one project officer or a couple who take care of all career development or training grants. And oftentimes the K awards are like nested in that person. And, the time to actually meet and greet is after you have a very strong draft of your specific aims page. So this is one page. You've kind of picked out your mentor. You have an idea what your career development plan is going to be. And you have an idea what the interesting science is that you would like to do. And now you have this one pager, and you've gone over it 3, 4, 5 times with mentors and with other people. So now what you do is you attach it to an email. You send it to the program officer who you think is the right person to have see it. And you ask for a 20-minute phone call. And you get on that phone call to get some guidance and advice on, first of all, what do they think about the fit of your project for their science. Now, if when you're writing that up and you see a section of the strategic plan in your intro to the aims, put that there. The proposed project, specifically addresses aim, or strategic plan item 1.0 that talks about more science to, cure breast cancer or whatever, and so you want to kind of lead them by the nose to show, where you're fitting into the grand scheme of the type of research that they need to be funding. Every institute is its own institute. And so you've got to read and see how they handle career development awards. And if you have somebody at UCLA who's funded by the same institute already with a K award a couple years ahead of you in the pipeline, they're also a really good source of information. So when we think about NIH, there are really two parts. They're the programs, which includes the institutes, and they set the research priorities. And then there is the review, or CSR. So, if you go back to this picture, CSR is right here, okay? They're outside of the institute structure. Well, why is that? The reason why is to have a firewall between who evaluates the science and who funds it, okay? Because you could see how if the institutes did both parts, that you could have a very big conflict of interest. So CSR is actually where you submit your grants, and it's where the reviews happen. So the review process takes about 9 to 10 months at best, I would say. And there is that initial administrative review. So if you didn't follow the directions, you get kicked out at that point. And I really mean it. I mean, like if you use a font that's too many letters per inch, they will kick it out and you will have lost a cycle and have to go back in. So definitely follow the instructions. The title is really important, so think about this tsunami of submissions that come into NIH, a number of times a year on specific dates. And then there's some poor soul at CSR who has to actually sort the proposals and send them off to the right study sections. So help them out, have a title that really steers your proposal and explains, enough there so that it is likely to get triaged to the right place. So who are these peer reviewers? They're people like all of us on the panel today, usually senior scientists from universities and research centers around the country. And they are volunteers and they have expertise, and the composition of the study section is public information. It's on the web. So as soon as you get assigned after administrative review, look up your study section and make sure that there hasn't been an error made in terms of where your grant was sent. Make sure there are people on that study section who have the right expertise to evaluate your science.
Bother you?
Please.
I can't figure out.
Hi, can you mute, please? Hello? Okay.
I'm muted.
So what if you find out that you are at the wrong study section? What you can do is you can talk to a person called the executive secretary for that study section. You're on the CSR side now. You're not at the institutes. So it's a different person than your project officer. And you can tell them that you think the study section doesn't have the right expertise, and you can suggest other study sections that might be more appropriate. And if it takes about 3 to 4 months, 4 to 6 months after submission to get to the study section. So there's that window there where you can influence the triage. And I think other people later on will tell you more about that. Now, after the peer review happens, now the grants are in an ordered pile by score, and the bottom 50% of the pile doesn't get scored, but in the top 50% of the pile, grants are ranked. Now they're sent to the institutes, and the institutes have something called council. The director assembles a council, and these are people who have, very senior, very, well-accomplished people in the country who are from universities and other settings sit on council. We have a number of council members from our UCLA faculty at the various institutes. and they make the final decision about what gets funded or what gets recommended for funding. They do not have to go lockstep in the order of the scores, you know, because what they have to do is they are responsible to Congress and to the Institute to show that they are actually addressing the breadth of science that their institute is supposed to cover. So imagine that like the 5 top ranked grants all were in the same topic area and had tremendous overlap in science. Now, they're not going to fund 5K awards that all are in one small topic area. So they have the license to skip over some of those grants and go to, you know, grant number 6 in the pile or number 7 if it's in a different area. And especially if it's an area that is deemed quite high priority and important for the Institute. So, you know, your grant might get pulled up and funded if you're studying something really important and that is linked to the strategic plan at the institutes. So, you know, all of us don't want to waste time not studying things that are important, but you want to have a specific eye toward what's important by what the institutes need. There's lots of information on success rates on the web that you can look at, but most applications are not funded on the first round. And so, you know, the total time for submission and
got it to work.
submission
What did you
will
do?
typically be 12 to 18 months.
Hey, Carol,
Yeah.
there's a question in the chat, asks, how specific are the study sections for K awards? There are the study sections for R awards are very field specific, but is that less so for K?
It is less so for K, and I think we've got some K Award study section members coming in talks in a few minutes, and they'll be able to talk more about that. So, you know, we have our grant applications, we submit them, Center for Scientific Review assigns the application to a study section. The study section then triages it to an institute once it's got a score. The institute uses the score to rank the applications, and then advisory council looks at the ranking, but they do it in the context of what the institute's research priorities are. And then they are funded in order of priority, not in order of score until the money runs out. So that's essentially the process. Okay. Others are going to speak more about the K Award scientific review. And I'm just going to mention that there are these 5 categories that you're scored in. And so, you know, don't forget the career development plan, but also who you are and who your mentors are and how rigorous the research plan and how good your environment is to support you all matter with the score. Okay. Additional review criteria are listed below. You got to be able to check all of these boxes too, but the big important ones are the first 5. The scoring scale is a 1 to 9 scale. And so low is good, high is bad. And you'll hear more about kind of scores in some of the subsequent talks. So again, the final decision is at council. So, you know, it can be very depressing when you have an outstanding score and for some reason you didn't get funded. But, you know, understand that there is this prioritization going on and you may end up having to go a second round. If you are successful, no one congratulates you from NIH. Usually the way you find out is that administrative procedures to set up the budget through the Office of Grants and Contracts start to happen. And so you'll be asked for extra material about that. And then you'll kind of scratch your head and say, oh, I guess they want to fund this, but you won't know for sure. And so, you know, who knows for sure is your project officer. And so, you know, if you think procedures are starting that would suggest that you're going to get funded, the best thing is to drop a note to the project officer who hopefully by that point knows you. In addition to that specific aims meeting that you had, the other thing you want to do is you want to thank the project officer. And when you submit your grant to CSR, you want to drop them an email, let them know, you know, thank them for helping you and let them know that the grant went in. And, if you know the study section number that it went to, make sure you've told them that. The project officers are not allowed to speak at study section. They sit on the perimeter of the room, but they are allowed to be present and listen. So, it's always good to keep them in the loop as you're going through the submission process. Okay, so for the last 18 minutes here, I'm going to talk to you about picking a mentor and how you think about mentorship. And then we'll go on from there. So a mentor is a person who helps the more junior person develop professionally through a combination of advising on projects, skills development, creating opportunities for the junior person, and personal growth. And it's a intensive process, and it happens over a number of years, I would say. What are the benefits of having a mentor? Mentors are perceived by mentees as being important for career advancement, and people who have good mentorship relationships also have stronger career satisfaction. Presence of a mentor, some of us have had these people who might even influence the type of careers that we pick. And there are concrete benefits for productivity and success. What are the benefits of being mentored? Mentored medical school faculty on average have stronger research skills, better research preparation. I got a couple publications here that are a little bit ancient for you to look at, but mentored primary care fellows in one study were shown to be much more likely to publish one or more papers per year and much more likely to secure independent funding earlier in their careers. So what are some of the disturbing aspects of mentorship? The prevalence at the institutional level across the country of having a mentor ranges from 19 to 93%. So some universities and departments are much more purposeful about making sure that everybody has a mentor. And I think we're kind of at that end of the spectrum here. Men are 3 times as likely as women to have a positive relationship with a mentor. 10 to 32% of mentees report that their mentor used their work to further the mentor's career rather than the mentee's career. And so, it isn't all rosy, right? And if you're in a mentoring relationship and you're having some of those problems, it's really important to talk to another senior person who you trust to think about how you address that, or you might even need to sever ties and have a different mentor. What are the expectations of mentors? To help trainees choose research projects, to meet regularly. I think if you're in an intensive phase of your research, this might be weekly, to help you pick courses to take, to give you timely feedback on manuscripts or grant drafts, hopefully within a week. Some of us have a hard time meeting that sometimes, but that is ideal. To advise the trainee on the best places to seek funding. Early in your career, it might be that some of the best places are not federal. They might be small foundations in your field where there's really a level playing field, and other people at your rank and with your level of expertise or who you're competing against. Help prepare trainees for abstract presentations, to assign credit, first authorship where credit is due, to counsel trainees on job opportunities and negotiating for jobs, and to serve as a mirror for the mentee's self-reflection, and to nurture the person, but then really let them fly on their own and be independent. So as you're talking to people or interviewing people to be your potential mentors, think about these expectations. And, you can't hand them this list and tell them if they want to do all this, but in conversations, you can, begin to understand which of these they seem to do well or excited about. And also another great source of information are previous people who've been mentored by the same person. So, the mentorship team, the most important person on your mentorship team, you're not going to find one person who does it all for you in your career. It's going to be a team. It's going to be a group of people. Okay. But the most important person when you're thinking about the K Award is your primary research mentor. So once you've found your primary research mentor, who should be in your area of research for sure, you want to work with that person to define the unique needs and areas of expertise in roles for the K Award to be successful. Okay, so you want to find a group of people who are going to be on your mentorship committee who are going to both have the right expertise to help with the research, but also to teach you that field specific expertise. So let's say you're doing a project and you really want to learn how to do computer simulation of data in middle-aged people to project what's going to happen to them as they get older. Who's got the probability of getting cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, and you know, you really want to learn this simulation technique. Well, you're going to have to find someone who's a federally funded investigator who is an expert on simulation. And that person's going to have to want to teach it to you, but they're also going to have to want to guide the project. And they probably would be senior author on that paper. So, you know, you want to kind of, the mentorship team is not a chance to say thank you to people. Okay, so you may have had somebody who, you know, has been a great career guider during medical school for you or during your PhD or, you know, during your postdoc, but they're not really in the field you've moved to. You don't want that person on your committee. You really need to have somebody who has the right expertise to impart the skills that you need to be independent. There are other ways to thank previous mentors, but don't feel an obligation to put people on your committee who helped you in the past, but aren't so relevant for the project in the present. Okay. And so I would say there are 3 flavors of experts: a person who has methodologic expertise, content expertise, or statistical expertise, and scientific writing expertise. So these 4 areas really are the landscape of what you're going to need to cover to have a successful K award. Characteristics.
Carol,
Go ahead.
just another question.
Okay.
How much weight has the mentor's previous experience in mentoring K mentees or K awardees on being funded?
It's definitely a big plus. Okay, now whether it has to be a K award that they've mentored before, or a VACDA, or an award from, you know, a career development award from the Diabetes Institute or American Heart Association, that counts too. But you need to have a primary mentor, ideally, who's funded by the same institute, if you can pull that off, or at least is funded by NIH. And if they've had previous experience mentoring people, that's a big plus. If they've had previous experience on K awards, that's like an A plus. Okay, so I would say, you know, if there's nobody like that at your institution or in your field, then, you know, you go with the strongest person you can find who wants to work with you. But if there are people who fit that bill, you really want to go with them. Mitch, anything you would add to that?
I would agree. I mean, there's generally rarely a perfect mentor who fits all the criteria. So you're trying to meet as many criteria as possible. Obviously, the more mentoring experience they have, the better. And prior experience mentoring a K awardee is great, but many people are successful with a mentor who this is their first K awardee. I mean, everybody has to have a first K awardee. So
Yeah. The one thing I would be careful though with the first timer is make sure it's not an assistant professor. You know, so if you have somebody who's an assistant professor, they need to be first author on their work, just like you do. And so, you know, it's a little bit of a setup, right? Because there's going to be some competition. So you want someone like further along in the pipeline where, you know, they're more than happy to be senior author. They're more than happy to let you take 100% of the credit for your work. Because they're already, you know, they're up in years, they're tenured, they're doing just fine. They enjoy working with young people. And, you know, you're not going to have that kind of tension between the metrics that they need still to be successful and what you need. So, you know, I think when you see an assistant professor listed as a mentor on a K, that's kind of a red flag for the study section, I would say. So to aim for someone a little more senior would be a good idea. So good mentors push mentees to develop their own research agenda. If you do work on a mentor's project, it should be viewed as a stepping stone to independence. So maybe you're going to learn a certain lab technique, or you're going to get better at doing clinical trials. But it should really be seen as like a skills development opportunity and maybe a first author paper opportunity, hopefully. But not that you're going to be kind of in that lab in a kind of subservient position for many years. Good mentors guide, but don't control. We let our people make the mistakes they want to make. Oftentimes they will sponsor you for awards or important roles in national organizations. So your mentor may get invited to give a talk or be on a national panel at NIH, and they might decide they're too busy or they've got other conflicts in their schedule, and they might offer the opportunity for you to give the talk. And they'll talk to the organizer at NIH saying, this is a terrific person. Her work is actually a better fit for the content of this talk than my work. And so I was wondering if you might extend an invitation to her, and mentors can do that. That's really called sponsoring, creating opportunities for you, helping fill out your team by helping with the matchmaking to bring people onto the team that you need. And help you kind of separate out what's worthwhile for getting promoted in your career and what might be categorized, this is a little harsh, but waste of time. So it's sort of like a time and place for different things in a career. And things like when you're, appointed and you're trying to get your K award and you're doing research and you're pouring your sweat equity into that program, this is not a time to be on intern selection committee. Right. And so one of the things you have to be very careful about, especially if you're female or if you're from an underrepresented groups, all those committees want to show that they have underrepresented group membership. That's the minority tax. And it definitely burdens some of our junior scientists more than others. So be very, very careful about not saying yes to too much stuff. And when you're trying to decide what's too much stuff, pivot to your mentor and get guidance before you say yes to anything. Good mentors encourage mentees to ask the so what question. They tend to be our excellent teachers, willing to take chances on somebody, always encouraging, has a sense of humility, selflessness, leads by example. Some of us fail at this last one miserably, but a role model in balancing personal and professional lives. This is all according to mentees, that, a good mentor is not the mentee's best friend, but cares about the mentee's personal life, is proactive. So, a good mentor knows where the landmines are in these careers and might bring them up as topics before the mentee, steps on one and has to come and get help. Can work with mentees whose interests may not be exactly aligned with theirs, but I have to say at a research intensive place like ours with a lot of people, if you're in the same field, you're going to get a lot more out of that mentor, I would say, is my experience over time. And, somebody who leaves a long-lasting impact well beyond the time when you still need the person. So there are some publications here if you want to learn more about mentorship and or being a mentee. You're gonna, you can go to some of these papers. So qualities of outstanding mentors. Again, this was a survey done by Cho. Time, you got to have enough time to do it. Got to have the right expertise. You have to be enthusiastic, altruistic, look for people who are honest, trustworthy, empathetic, patient, and who will support your attempts at personal and professional balance. Some more papers to look at. I think the strongest relationships have reciprocity. So it's good for the mentor that they have you as a mentee, and it's good for you too. Mutual respect, clear expectations, some kind of personal connection, though I have to say that doesn't mean they have to look like you or be the same gender as you. The personal connections, I have mentees who send me pictures of their dogs, you know, we both like dogs, you know, so, you know, just some things that are kind of light and outside. I have other mentees who love cooking, you know, so we might be swapping recipes. And, you know, I think that, the goal here is like, there should be some personal connection, you know, I mean, obviously for some mentors are parents and might have kids who are in college now, but, you know, remember those under 5 years really well and might provide you some guidance there if you need it. And shared values also help. I think, you know, at these, this was written long before the very divisive era that we're in right now. And, you know, I think it is extremely important to be able to mentor people who you may not have the same political beliefs as, but I would say don't mix up values with political beliefs, because, you know, values are that we respect science. Values are that we believe that junior faculty should have an equal shot at being successful, regardless of their political beliefs. You know, core values around family, how we spend time, you know, go to the places where, you know, we share true fundamental values. In mentoring conversations, I never talk about politics, you know, and I was that way before this era that we're in now. But I think, you know, deciding what you're going to talk about and what you're not going to talk about, and trying to be present and equally valuable for any trainee at any point on the political spectrum is, I think, a skill that all mentors need to really hone. So, oh, I think I'm not sure why my slides won't advance anymore. Let me try this button. Oh, that works. I've got a little bit of slides here. I'm not going to go through these, but I wanted them in the pack about the funding climate, and how NIH defines the success rate. I will go through this slide because I think, you know, this is 2020 data. They haven't actually put out this data more recently, but there is, not in tabular form, but there is a report with some more recent data. You see a success rate here that is pretty high, right, for the K awards. And these are really the success rate, you know, that we see per cycle. And it includes the scored and the unscored grants. And so I always, when people are feeling a little overwhelmed that they're never going to pull this off, I remind you that for those of you on the faculty here, postdocs here, when have you not been in the top third of any group you've been in nationally? You know, and so like, keep perspective, don't lose hope. You're going to have a lot of help making a strong K award, help today and help in the future with our workshops and other things that we do to help you get to, you know, our case studios. We have a lot of mechanisms for helping you get to a successful application. So I'm going to stop there. I did put in some slides about diversity supplements. Diversity supplements, as I mentioned, are easy money. It's a quick turnaround, short application, triaged by your project officer. These get attached and awarded to other grants. And I'm just gonna, this is a report that NIH has put out recently. These are the eligible grants for supplements, very underused mechanism. So if you have a mentor or a faculty member in your group who has a grant that's supplement eligible, you may be able to get some funding to fund your work before your K. I like this slide a lot, which shows the institutional success rate with supplements. The numbers never get better than this, guys. And so the application's short, the turnaround is quick, usually a few months. Sometimes you have to resubmit it once. But you know, the success rate, and this could be funding to the tune of $100,000, 125 for 1, 2, 3 years. A supplement can't exceed the duration of time left on the parent grant. So, you know, you don't want to write a supplement for a grant that's in its final year. You want to find those people who recently got awarded grants in your field, and, you know, would be happy to develop a supplement with you. So I'm going to stop there, and thank you for your attention. And we should, I think we move on to our next speaker.
Hi, Juliet.
We have some
How did it
questions,
go?
actually.
If
If you're, make sure you're on mute if you're not involved in the conversation here. There were some follow-up questions, Carol, and we have a
Okay.
few minutes to do those questions.
Do you want to do those
So
now?
just
We
to
can do them
follow up
now.
on the, yeah, we have time. We have about we have till 9:10. So
Oh, cool.
just to follow up on the different study sections, there was a brief conversation that I wanted to just reiterate that some institutes have separate standalone K award study sections and others do not. And it's hard to tell from each website which of those institutes do, but I know for sure those that do have their own study section are NIA, NHLBI, NCI. Carol, do you know if NIDDK is in that group?
I believe, I don't know if Kendrick's in the room here, but I believe they do have their own K study section.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if that's the case, those study sections only read K awards. They're very attuned to K award issues, and it's worth perhaps getting very specific advice from your program officer. There will be a program officer assigned to those study sections. In contrast, other institutes do not have their own K award study section. So those grants to those institutes will go to a CSR study section, which would be a study section that reviews all types of grants, including R awards, as well as Ks. And in those instances, there's, I think, I would say a little bit more variability in terms of the kinds of reviews that you get, because the rotating panels aren't as familiar with expectations for Ks. Any other
I see a few other quick
institutes that
questions.
I might be
Yeah.
missing?
I
But then
see
there were, go ahead.
Oh, no, please go ahead.
I was just saying, so last comment is double check with your institute whether there's a separate K award study section, because it's pretty hard to tell. And I think I caught them all, but I'm not 100% sure.
So there's
Carol, there was a
question
set
here
of questions about mentors.
Yeah, is there an ideal number of mentors? So I think you want to have mentors that are exactly the people you need to execute the educational plan and the science. And I would say that there isn't an ideal number, but typically it might be 3 or 4. I think if you have more than that, it gets a little chaotic. The other thing you can do is you can bring like a mentor in for a specific skill and a specific year. Like you might be doing a directed reading with somebody on a new technique or a new method that you would like to master. And you need to master that method in year 1 because the science in year 2 requires you to use it. So you might have that mentor on for the first 2 years of the project. So you can kind of bring mentors in and out. But the core, I would say, yeah, I'd be interested in what other senior faculty think, but I don't think you want to get beyond 3 or 4. And you'd want to have a very, very clear distinction who the main person is, the main research mentor. Other thoughts about that from the senior folks?
Yeah, I think there's too few as well. I think I've never seen a grant funded with only 2 mentors.
Yeah.
You're expected to have a certain number of training educational goals, and usually people have one mentor for each goal, and you typically see 3 goals is, I think, a very common number. I think a very good rule of thumb, it's not a strict rule, but the rule of 3. So I generally recommend 3 educational goals and 1 mentor, and only 1 mentor for each educational goal. So typically you see 3 and then maybe a career mentor, so 4.
So there's a question here about, is the program officer specific to the institute or to the specific RFA, like the BESIN program? So first of all, there are lots of program officers in institutes. And, the institutes kind of carve up the science in different ways. Sometimes, the institutes have that legacy of representing organs, which was laid out in the 60s when NIH was made. So, diabetes, kidney, digestive disease, this was like the grab bag of everything that was left. And so there will be project officers for each of those areas. And then some institutes like NIA has one person who does training grants across areas. Other institutes may not have that individual who just does training grants. But I would say more often than not, there will be one person identified who helps with the K Award applications. Others on the Zoom have a different experience than that.
I think that's right. And then each RFA or program announcement will list program officers assigned for that particular RFA or PA. I think for the BSIN in particular, there is a specific program officer, and it'll be listed in the RFA at the bottom.
So how do you distinguish between a mentor, collaborator, consultant? The mentor you call the mentor. Okay. And a lot of times people will have a career mentor or primary mentor. You see that label used sometime, and they'll have a lead research mentor, but with those kind of titles. I think I personally like the multidisciplinary mentorship committee. So you have, maybe your lead career mentor, your lead research mentor, and then you have a cast of other people who are helping with different aspects of your educational plan or your project, given their expertise. And I think convening that whole group, either in person or on Zoom, a couple of times a year for, 45 minutes, just to give everybody an update, is not a bad idea. So I think you can call someone like someone who might be a collaborator or a consultant. They could be called on a career development award, a member of the mentorship committee who brings in specific expertise in machine learning, or whatever, when you introduce in the proposal each mentor, you want to say why they're on the team and what is their unique expertise and role in helping you be successful in your K Award.
Yeah, I would also add there that, a collaborator, for example, might be providing you biological samples, but they wouldn't be playing a major role in your grant. If they're playing a major role in your grant, teaching you how to execute one of your aims, then that probably should be one of your co-mentors.
Yeah.
And a consultant similarly would be providing you advice on a relatively small matter. So it's sort of the size of the role. But agree with Carol that having the entire group meet is a good idea. And then there was another question, Carol, about the choice of a primary mentor. In this case, I'll read the question, but I think there's a broader question about how do you decide among your mentors who's the primary? But in this question, it was, does your primary mentor need to be a basic scientist, or could it be someone on your team, but not the primary?
Right. And so I don't think the primary mentor needs to necessarily be a basic scientist, but if you are doing basic science, your research mentor better be a basic scientist and have the right expertise for you to successfully execute the science. So here's something that we do in the division of that I run, the division of GIM HSR. We have a lot of really great mentors. And some of our strongest methodologists are recently minted associate professors who haven't done a lot of mentoring, right? So they don't have a big track record, but they've got the right expertise. So a structure we've often used is I will be on the project as a career mentor. So I'm giving overall guidance on all aspects of the career development. And I might even be listed as the primary mentor in that role for the project. And then we'll have a research mentor who might be one of our associate professors who has the specific expertise to execute the project. Now, as the career mentor, I'm very clear when we recruit the research mentor that that person will be senior author on the papers of the mentee. That, you know, yeah, I'm on as the career mentor, but at this point, like, you know, I don't need to be senior author on papers. I love being engaged in the science. I'm happy to be in the middle somewhere. But by having like a career mentor who does actually control somewhat the resources for the individual, can take that broader view. And, you know, in my situation, I think I've done 23 K awards in the last 25 years. And so, you know, there's no question that I know how to have that oversight role and to help people. So you might have, you know, something like that, but you just want real clarity of function and make sure that there isn't overlapping function, you know, because I think that's where study sections might get worried if it seems like there's too many cooks or, you know, overlapping expertise and who's going to really be in the driver's seat here helping this person. So I think you want to have just really clear distinctions. But if the person with the right research expertise doesn't have the track record, sometimes you could have a senior person as a career mentor who's got the track record, you know, and I'm in that role right now for people in our division and for the specialists who do HSR, I think on 4 or 5 different K awards, you know, and so senior people are oftentimes more than happy to jump on with, you know, their track record to help make it competitive if the mid-level person really is the person who's like got the right science to be helping you every day.
I'm going to ask Steve and Ella to chime in here quickly on the basic science side of things. Do you typically see, if you're a basic scientist and you have a bench in someone's lab, is it typical that that is your primary mentor on a K award, or do you see other?
Yes, so if somebody's done a postdoc in your lab and the research is ready to you, you are the one that has the most expertise. So you're usually the primary mentor. And then you add additional people trying to differentiate this postdoc's research from your own research. And it's always tricky. People always come up with those questions. How do you really differentiate yourself from the mentor? Well, there is going to be some overlap in the beginning because that's all preliminary data comes from working with your mentor. But it will be a little bit of overlap, but then you try to expand your aims and get some preliminary data into non-overlapping direction and then add mentors who could help with that non-overlapping direction. But primary mentor is usually the one who was the postdoc mentor.
Agreed.
And since Steve, you're on video, we'll use this as a time to transition to you. You're up next, and you'll be talking about writing the NIH K Award research plan.
All right.
Thank you all for your attention today.
Can everybody see my screen? All right, so my name is Steve Middleman. I am a professor of pediatrics. I'm the division head of pediatric endocrinology. I'm a physician scientist that does basic and I guess T1, maybe T2 translational research. Just a little background, I actually have never written a K award myself. When I was junior faculty, I was lucky enough to get on an institutional K-12. After that, I was able to get an R grant. Here at UCLA, I wrote a K-12 grant that was funded that we have in the Department of Pediatrics. So I was asked to talk about writing your research plan, which, as Carol mentioned, isn't necessarily the most important part of your K grant. However, it is still very important. The study section is evaluating you as a candidate. And if you put in a research plan that's weak or problematic or not well thought through, that is going to reflect on both you and your mentor team. And so it is important to have this polished and the best you can have it. Obviously, if you get a K award, you're probably going to want to get other awards down the road. And like for an R, the research plan is really the most important part of the grant. So a grant is a story. Basically, you are proposing you're going to set off on a journey. This journey ideally will further science. It will change you as a person, as a K grant especially. But your story, unfortunately, is going to be one of many. Therefore, it is really important that you put some thought and effort into how you're going to prepare and present your story so that it stands out, so that it resonates with the reviewers, so it's memorable. And I recommend Randy Olson, who was a marine biologist who then became a writer and talks a lot about science writing and how we need to be better communicators. And I have a link here to his TED Talk. But there's also, he's written some books if you're interested. But I think taking some time to think about the craft of writing and telling and putting your story together is important. So what makes a good story? So I hope most of you recognize these characters, but I could tell this story as Luke Skywalker lived on Tatooine, and then he met a droid, R2-D2, and then he bumped into Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then he went and fought Darth Vader. And that would be the most boring retelling of this story that you could imagine. And that's because all I did was give you facts, and. And in science, that's what we tend to do. We're scientists. We want to communicate our facts, our findings, and so we just say and. But that's not a story. That's a bunch of facts linked together. A story has a format that has an and, a but, and a therefore. And the but is extremely important because that is highlights what is the question, what is the problem, that focuses everybody into the same moment in time, the same moment on your journey, and makes them want to know what the solution is going to be, the therefore. So you can imagine a lot of different buts in this story. There are several, but Luke Skywalker was minding his own business on Tatooine, but he ran into a droid that had a very important message for him, and therefore he went and found Obi-Wan Kenobi. And that just makes it a lot more compelling. And every good story you've ever heard likely has something similar to this format. Now, I try to use this format, especially when I'm giving a talk, when I'm talking to lay people about my research, and I try to incorporate it into the grant. It's not necessary, but I think thinking about how you're crafting your story is necessary. So why is a story important? I believe that's how we were programmed to learn since probably early caveman time. We learned by empathy with other people, with hearing their experience and how they reacted to it and thinking about how we would have reacted to it. And therefore, the listener, or in this case, your reviewer, ideally becomes invested in your story. Okay. Enough about storytelling. Now I'm going to talk about the actual research plan. So you've heard some of this, but I think it's important to go through. So you want your grant to be easy to read. So your reviewer is probably reading a lot of different grants, and you want yours to be as easy as possible. Therefore, I think it's important to use judicious use of bold and underline, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And the bold helps just highlight what the reviewers are looking at. It's little milestones along the journey that the reviewer can think about. You've probably heard this before, but pages of full text are very disquieting to a reviewer. So mixing things up, putting in as many images as you can. A picture is worth 1,000 words. That image can be a graph, a scheme. I like putting insets, which are just a box with different text in it that catches the eye and breaks up the text. And then, bullets, numbered lists, things like that.
I think schemes are very helpful. And I try to put them in every grant, whether those go into the specific aims or the research plan or the research approach is up to you. Repeating important points. So we're taught not to be repetitive. However, we really want the reviewer to come away with some key points, and therefore repeating them in multiple places judiciously is very important. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So I like to assume that my reviewer is falling asleep on a plane after reading 12 other grants, and now they picked up my grant, and it's the last one between them and you know, getting a glass of wine and going to sleep. And so what am I going to do to keep that reviewer's attention and to stand out through the rest of the grant? And the other thing is, you know, as you've heard, you get 2 or 3 primary reviewers. Those read your grant before the study section. The other people in that study section likely have not looked at your grant. If they looked at anything, they might glance at the specific aims. They might glance through at some of the figures. Often that'll happen during the study section. Your primary reviewer is describing your grant, and the rest of the study section are kind of glancing at the pages. So that's why it's so important to have bold, underlying, really clear key messages that everybody can pick up. All right, so I said your grant's a story, but it should be an adventure story, not a mystery, okay? There shouldn't be surprises except for maybe the but, right? So you're talking about the importance of your problem, but what is the hole in the literature? That might be a little surprise, but the rest of it should not be surprised. So in other words, the reviewer, as they're reading your grant, should be nodding. They should be thinking about what you're going to say next, and you should be saying that next. So don't make the reviewer search or wait for the point. Don't make them wonder, wait, what is he doing? Think about what that reviewer is going to want you to do, and that's what you should be doing, or the other way around. I mean, those should both be the same thing. The other thing is the review criteria, which you heard some of, and we'll go over. Don't make them search out the review criteria, okay? When a reviewer is discussing your grant, if somebody says, well, what's the significance of this? Don't make them have to look and find what the significance is. That should be bolded. It should be very clear. It should be memorable. Everybody should know the significance. And then finally, I think this is important, especially for any communication we do with lay people, but it's true in grants as well. We're scientists. We love to have our abbreviations, and we love to use our scientific jargon. And if you're talking to another scientist in your exact same field, that might be okay. But if you're talking to a scientist who's in a related field that's not quite yours, that every bit of jargon makes them have to stop. So when I read, I'm reading out loud in my head. I think a lot of people are like that. They're reading out loud. And when you have an abbreviation, that trips. There's a little trip that happens. Now, if it's a very common abbreviation, maybe not. But if it's an abbreviation that they're not used to, you're stopping their reading, and you're just making it a little bit harder for them. This was a really incredible study that was done, again, with lay people, where they had 2 different articles on, you know, common things. So this one was on self-driving cars. In one, they used jargon. In the other, they used no jargon. The readers were able to click on the links that described the jargon. So the definitions were right there. And then they randomized people to get one or the other. The people who read the jargon were more likely to report that they were not good at science, that they were not interested in science, and that they were not well qualified. The ones who read the non-jargon were more likely to report they understood what they read because they were kind of a science person, and they liked science. And most importantly, especially in today's times, people who read jargon reported they didn't believe the science. So just by making it that much harder for somebody to get through your grant or your communication, they're less likely to believe you. And even as a scientist myself, I can hold a few abbreviations in my head, but if it's not an abbreviation I'm used to, and then I get down and there's 3 abbreviations in the same sentence, and I have to keep going back and looking at what the definition was, it is very annoying. So use your abbreviations and your jargon judiciously. Okay, as far as the research plan, these are the research plan. These are the review criteria that the reviewers generally use. So this has recently been jiggered a little bit. So these used to be 5 different criteria, and they just put them into 3 criteria. So significance and innovation is now combined into 1 score, investigator environment into another score, and approach. And as Carol said, these aren't necessarily, they add up everything and average them. There are certain things that are going to be more important than others. Okay, so the specific aims page, as Carol said, I agree, you have to do this first. So this should be the first thing you do. This should be what you show your mentor. You go back and forth with your mentor team, and then you reach out to your program officer, and this is what you show them. And it's kind of a quick summary of your grant. So it should include the significance, the innovation, and your approach. It puts them all together. And so I do this first, and I probably spend a good, I don't know, 25% of my time on a grant on this specific aims page, going back, revising, polishing. It should look good. It should sound good. It should be really clear. And it's only 1 page, so you take some work to make it put all of that into 1 page. So the way I like to do it is I have a little bit of an intro that describes the significance. So what is the medical and/or scientific problem facing society that I'm going to be addressing? And if you're putting a grant into the NIH, why should the NIH care about it? The NIH has the word health right in the title. So unless you're applying to NIGMS, which is more general medical science, you are applying to an institute that cares about a specific disease or organ system. And so you need to make sure that the study you're proposing is relevant to that system. And then there's the but. What's the gap in the knowledge? Is there a hole in our knowledge? Are the treatments optimal or suboptimal? Why are they suboptimal? Why are outcomes not optimal right now? And therefore, again, by the time the reader gets to that, they should kind of understand where you're going. Therefore, you're going to do something. So then you introduce your 2 or 3 related but not dependent aims. So I always write 3 aims. I like the rule of 3s also, but I've heard more recently people proposing 2 aims. So I think that's a matter of preference, and it also, of course, depends on what you're planning to do and whether it fits nicely into 2 or 3 aims. But they have to be independent of each other. If aim 1 fails, aim 2 still has to have a chance of success. Otherwise, it's a death sentence. I recommend using active verbs. We are going to test whether. We are going to determine if. We're going to elucidate how. Okay? Don't say we're going to examine. We're going to observe. Things like that. Those are very wishy-washy and don't infer an outcome, an actionable outcome. So you need to have something that is related to the hypothesis that you've already proposed in there. And these things should be testing those hypotheses. And then I also recommend to avoid biased phrases such as we're going to prove that or show that. We all are biased and everybody knows that, but you want to at least give the impression that you're not completely biased, that you're open to either outcome in your results. So this is not meant for you to read. This just is an illustration of a recent specific aims I submitted that was funded. I wouldn't show you one that wasn't funded. And just showing you the breakdown of the not bullets, but the bolding sentences or phrases at the beginning. Okay. So again, if somebody's just skimming this and not reading all of it, they get acute lymphoblastic leukemia is the most common childhood cancer. Boom. That's a fact that's now in their head. Bone breakdown is a major problem for ALL patients. So, these key bullets, you could just read those bolds and not read the rest of it, and you still kind of get the gist of what I'm talking about. Then how you split up your aims. something you really need to think about and talk about with your mentor. I like to, if I can, I like to change the whole model that I use for each aim. So in this one, I was able to do a bench aim, a mouse aim, and a patient aim, which obviously those are going to be related, but not dependent on each other. And it also takes advantage of the fact that I'm a physician scientist and can do this kind of thing, which not everybody can do. So it sets me apart. So if you can divide your aims conceptually differently, that's one way to do it. If you're going to look at different parts of a pathway, if you're going to look at an intervention and an outcome, there's different ways to do it, but try to divide them in such a way that each aim is completely independent. And take a little thought on, again, how it looks. So I happen to use bullets in this. Sometimes I use numbering if I have sub-aims. But you can do, just different ways to, again, break up the text a little bit, and anybody can look at this and know exactly where the aims are. And then the impact. So even though impact isn't necessarily a specific scored criteria, it is part of the whole grant. So the reviewers are charged with looking at how the world will be different if this grant is funded. So again, I don't make the reviewers think about it or dig for it. I put that in highlighted, bold, in a box. I try to put it in at the end of my specific aims, but if I can't fit it there, I might put it in at the end of my significance. So from these experiments, we will elucidate the effects of this on this, and these will be translatable to treatment studies in children and adults. I mean, that's, you don't want to overstep, but you want to be as bold and exciting as you can. Okay, so significance. So why is your study more important than the other 10 grants the reviewer is reading? So that's why you have to introduce the scope of the problem, the numbers. You're studying a very common disease, cancer, that makes it easy. But if you're studying some rare genetic syndrome, then you need to talk about the morbidity that's associated with this, the cost to the healthcare system, to our country. You need to have some reason, compelling reasons why this is important. And remember, you're competing against other grants that are also studying other very important diseases. So why is yours the most important? Maybe that's because of the gaps in the treatment, right? Maybe it doesn't affect a lot of people, but boy, the ones it does affect, there's no treatment and these people are miserable and die early or what have you. Scientific knowledge to be gained, that's also important. Now remember, this is NIH, so they really want the health aspect, but we're all scientists and they also want to know that you're gaining some scientific knowledge. So if you are going to elucidate something that's going to help people understand how the calcium receptor works, then that's something you can put in significance. Since the significance is the first section after the specific aims, you do need to have some details of what you're doing, what the problem is, etc. So I like to keep it simple as you can, but enough detail so that the reviewer knows what the problem is you're talking about and the crux of your approach, so they can judge the significance. So in other words, you could be studying the most important disease in the world, but if your findings are not going to change anything, then it's still not a significant, you're going to get a low score on the significance, okay? So, are you discovering something new? Are you testing a therapy, identifying targets, predicting at-risk subgroups? Even if your work is very basic and very far away from the clinic, think about these things that might grow from your research and still be relevant to the healthcare system. Maybe not today, but in the future. All right, there's also a separate innovation section, and that is really supposed to be, how is your approach innovative? Are you using innovative cutting-edge techniques? Do you have resources that are not, access to resources that are not widely available? Are you thinking about this problem in a different way than anybody else is thinking about it? So think about yourself. Why are you innovative? Are you, so I'm an endocrinologist that studies leukemia. So I always put that in all my grants. And I work with oncologists. So we have this innovative team looking at something from a different angle. Your training plan, is that innovative you know, or are you just doing what everybody else does? For the innovation plan, I use very concise bullets, like almost that size. Unless there's a technique I really need to explain, I just the facts, ma'am, right? So we are using this special PCR technique, whatever it is, I just put that there. And that way, when the reviewer is reading and deciding what to score for innovation, they can look at these bullets and yes, it's innovative. Yes, it's innovative. I try to put as many bullets as makes sense. I don't put in things that I don't think are innovative, but if I'm not sure, I put them in there because I don't think they're going to score you down for having one in that they don't quite think is really innovative. But you know, the more you have that they believe are innovative, the more you're going to increase that significance innovation score. All right, so then the approach. Now you're going to be putting in your background data somewhere, and you can either split it into your aims, or some people put background or preliminary data as separate sections after innovation and then before their aims. That's kind of up to you. I prefer personally to put them into each aim because again, that kind of breaks up the grant. So there's some background description and then what I'm doing about it. And there's some background description for the second aim, then what I'm doing about it. But that may not work for every grant. And so you just need to think about what the best way to do that is. You have to provide enough details so that the reviewer is certain that you are know what you're doing and that the reviewer understands what you're proposing, okay? But you don't want every single detail, so it's a fine line. You don't want to tell them what kind of media you're culturing the cells in or how many cells per well, unless that's specific to your proposal. But you have to give enough detail so they know what you're talking about. So you do want to talk about what cell line you're using. Ideally, you've published this before, something else with this cell line. So we are going to work with these cells and culture them as we've previously done. Reference, boom, you're done. You've proven that you could do it and all the details are there. If they're wondering what kind of media you're using, they can look it up, okay? Remember, as Carol mentioned, half of the grants that a reviewer looks at are going to get triaged, meaning they're not going to be discussed. And so the reviewer's looking for reasons why your grant won't work. Think of it that way. They are looking for holes because it's kind of a painful job to be a reviewer. You don't get paid. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and you make decisions which are going to affect somebody's, you know, livelihood and careers. So it's a hard job. It's somewhat thankless. And so if I'm reviewing a grant and I see something that just looks like a potentially fatal flaw, that makes my life easier. Okay, I don't need to think too hard about this grant. I'm going to focus on these other grants that are more exciting that don't have that fatal flaw. Same thing with significance. If it doesn't seem that significant, then I'm not going to be as excited about it. So one of the things they might think is, well, the investigator can't do the technique they're proposing. You know, we're going to use this knockout mouse. Okay, so the best thing you could do is cite a published study. Hey, we've used this knockout mouse before, and look, we got published in this journal. The next best thing you could do is, we've used this knockout mouse before. Here's our results from it. Maybe these results aren't exactly relevant to this grant, but these results show that we have this mouse in hand and we can, you know, do experiments on them. We could breed them, whatever. The next best level of evidence is you have a co-I or a mentor who has published with this technique, okay? In that case, if it's a mentor or one of your collaborators or a co-I, you can use the term we. We have used this mouse before, we have it in hand, and it's been published, you know. And then as a last resort, you don't have any of that stuff, you can get a letter of support from somebody. You know, so-and-so down the other building next over has this mouse and has agreed to help us, you know, or this technique or whatever it is has agreed to help us, and you can get a letter of support. So those are kind of your levels of evidence for the fact that you can do what you're saying. So the other thing the reviewer is thinking is, what if you're wrong? What if the results don't show what you expect? So you really want to head this off up front. You want to highlight the importance of the results, whether the results are positive or negative. Okay, I believe this is what it's going to show, but if it doesn't show this, hey, that's going to be really important because blah, 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 blah. And so I always have a section at the end of each aim that has expected results, alternative approaches, future directions. You can muck with those subheadings as much as you want, but you have to have a section somewhat like this. It doesn't have to be for each aim. It could be at the end of all of your aims. I like to do it for each aim. I like to invest a good amount of real estate into these sections, a third to a half a page at least, because I really want to show the reviewer that I have thought long and hard about what if I don't get what I'm expecting? What will I do then? What will that mean? What else can I do? If I do find this, what might be the next step? And the more they believe that you've been really thoughtful about this and you have some logical approaches, the more they're likely to see another hole that you didn't think about and think, well, they'll figure it out because they had such a thoughtful description of what they would do with these results. All right. What if, another thing the reviewer might find, your results are not going to be really conclusive or relevant to the problem you're even proposing. So you want to have rigor in your experimental setup. So you want to make sure you're using multiple models, multiple cell lines, multiple sources, multiple mouse models, whatever it is you're doing. You want to have multiples of that, different approaches. So it could be genetic approaches. It could be using drugs as inhibitors. It can be using patient samples, multiple readouts, right? You don't want to rely everything on gene expression. You need to also have protein expression, or you want to have some functional assays. All these things that you're going to do that's going to show from multiple different angles that your results are consistent and that they mean something. And then again, this is NIH, so try to confirm in humans if possible. Is there a biobank where you can measure a biomarker, where you can assess a gene expression? Is there some publicly available gene expression data you can use to evaluate the role of your favorite protein or gene? Are there some specimens you can get access to? Those things just increase the relevance and of your work. A big critique that reviewers have for early grants, and probably about half of the grants I've ever written, is the project is too big, it's unfocused, it's overambitious. So you really want to talk to your mentor about, is this something that really can be done? We always think we can do a lot more in the next 5 years than we actually will do. And so it's important to be bold, but realistic. And that's especially true for a new investigator. So take a lot of time to think about that. All right, and then finally, prove that you've thought about everything. So rigor, it's so important that you think about the rigor, both of your preliminary results, the literature you cited or discussed, and your proposed studies. So, your reviewers aren't stupid. They're going to look at your graph and see that you have an N of 3 in your preliminary data. So why not just say, hey, our preliminary data so far only has an N of 3. It's very encouraging, but for rigor, we're going to do an N of 6 and we're going to test in multiple cell lines. So go ahead and hit it up front. You're unlikely to be uncovering a weakness that the reviewer didn't already see. Same with the literature. The literature shows this. However, these studies have only been done in white people in Colorado, and therefore, it's unknown whether this is more generalizable. An analysis plan is something that is often forgotten or just glossed over by the grant writer, and I think it's very important that you take some time and do a good analysis plan. Get a consultation with a statistician early on. Have them do a power calculation. They can write it in the statistics language that the statisticians use. It'll be perfect. And it shows that yes, you have the power to do it. Yes, you've thought about a statistician. If you have complicated analysis, bring a statistician on as a co-investigator onto the grant, or at least put in budget to get your statistics done. Think about sex as a biological variable. That's a requirement. So if you're only using male mice or, female patients, you have to have a great justification why. And other important variables, the age, the specific caveats to the mouse models you're using, for example, or the cell models you're using. And then, like I said, in the expected results alternative approaches, you want to head off the critiques you'll get. If you think of a critique, you can assume one of the reviewers is going to think about it. So make sure you head that off by showing that you thought about it and having some, thoughtful response. So that demonstrates your critical thinking and your realism. All right. Finally, in all of these sections, you really want to hit on these things that I mentioned earlier. You want to repeat, right? Why is this important to the NIH? Don't just say that in your specific aims. Don't just say that in your significance. Say that everywhere you can. Don't say the exact same thing everywhere because that's going to get repetitive, but infer why this is important to human health. Why are you the right person to do this research? So obviously that's going to be in your career plan as well. But think about how this research plan is reflective of you and why the person next door to you can't do this, why you are the right person to do this. Your training, your passion, the institution you're at makes you the perfect person to do this proposed research. And you guys are lucky to be at UCLA. UCLA, we have our problems, but we are an amazing place to do research. The collaborators around here, the resources they have, the cores, take advantage of that. Your reviewers might be from some small institution that does not have those resources, doesn't have a core like that, doesn't have access to those biospecimens. So, make sure you highlight those things so the reviewer, knows that you're the right person to do it, you're at the right place to do it, and yeah, I think that they can do it. All right. Finally, I like to end my talks to trainees with this. I did this exercise a while ago, and I've been keeping it up. These are all the grants since I became faculty that I submitted and the outcome for those grants. And it looks like the credits at the end of Titanic. And the reason I show this, there's a few different reasons I show this. So first of all, it's very clear to see that most of the grants I submitted were rejected. And as you heard earlier, you've always been in the top third of everything, right? As junior faculty, we come in and we've always gotten A's, and everybody tells us how smart we are. And then all of a sudden you submit your first grant and somebody tells you failed. Somebody you don't even know, a reviewer. So that hurts. That's really hard to hear. And it's important to know that you guys are going to hear that. I mean, unless you're so much better than me, you're going to hear it a lot. And so you just have to expect that. It doesn't mean you failed. It means your grant was not funded. And then the next time you will. So I've seen a lot of junior scientists get out of science after their first or second rejection. And you can't do that. The second thing you could see from this grant, most of the grants from the slide, most of the grants I submitted were rejected. Several of them were rewarded after they were rejected. So, here, this one here was rejected with a 29th percentile. I put in a revision and I got it, 10th percentile. So you got to keep trying. You can't give up. The third point of this grant is I am a PI with a thriving laboratory. I've got 3 graduate students, 2 postdocs. I'm doing what I want to do. And yet, look at the number of awards I've gotten. Not that many. You don't need to get all your grants. You just need to get a few. So unfortunately, there's some randomness to it. You never know the reviewers you're going to get. You could put in the best grant that goes to the wrong study section, or the wrong reviewer has a bad day, whatever it is. You're not going to get all your grants. You got to keep putting them in. The more you put in, the more you'll end up getting. And every grant I've written gets better and better and better every time I hit it. So think of it as a process, not as this is a contest and this is my only chance to get a grant. Be ready for rejection. And I've never put in a grant that I wasn't 100% sure I was going to get, but I've been wrong more often than right on that, unfortunately. All right. So I hope I left time for questions. This was the first time I've given this talk. So I tried to time it so I left plenty of time for questions.
Steve, I'm going to ask a question and to you and as well as the other senior investigators and get your opinion on this because I see it come up frequently. Research aims. So sometimes you see research aims that are clearly it's a testable research question with a hypothesis. Sometimes people put in aims that it's not a research question. It's building something like we're going to build a patient registry. We're going to create a tool. You know, maybe I don't know if people create knockout mice as part of an aim, but there's not a question in the aim. It's just building something. And what are your thoughts about that? What are other people's thoughts about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've never written an aim that was like that. I always have a testable hypothesis, but of course, that has been a sub-aim before, because before I can answer this question, I need this registry or I need this resource. So I think that's okay, as long as you've got a clear hypothesis. Maybe it's not in that aim. Maybe you have a hypothesis above the aim, your overarching hypothesis. And then to address this hypothesis, we need to A, build this registry resource, blah, 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 in specific aim 1, and then specific aim 2. Now you can't say specific aim 2, we're going to use this resources that we're building because what if it doesn't work? What if you don't get it? So you have to have them independent. So I think it's a road on the journey to testing your hypothesis. You have to be clear that even if it's not in the scope of this grant, you're building this resource, and this resource is going to be important because A, you're going to test this down the road. B, other people are going to have access to this, and it's going to further the field in this rare disease or what have you. I don't know if other people have thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's always safer to have aims with testable hypotheses. And when you have something like, you know, we've got to create this data system first, I would put that information more in the methods under the overarching aim, because if you can't create the data system, you're going to have some type of contingency, I imagine, another data source to be able to still do the project. So I would say, you know, don't have aims that are really methods to achieve another aim written as an aim, you know. So I think it's better to, you know, so like I was editing a set of specific games on a trainee, and you know, the first one was like, well, we're going to survey X, Y, and Z, right? But that's not really an aim. That's a method to answer a question with the data you're going to collect from the survey, right? And so I think if you do that, then you don't run the risk as much of having contingent aims. So contingent aims are dangerous, right? If aim 1 doesn't work, we can't do aim 2, you know, and so that's gonna get you unscored. So you want to be like high enough level and independent in each aim that they all could be executed without the other ones being successful.
Agreed.
Any other questions from the audience? You can verbalize them or put them in the chat. Steve, I thought that was great. You've ruined Star Wars for me. Now I don't need to see the movie.
Sorry, spoiler alert, I should have said.
Spoiler. Okay, we're going to move on. Next up is Dr. Duru. Thank you for joining us. You'll be talking about writing the NIH K award, the candidate information career development plan, and the review process.
All right. So, Mitch, can you see my screen? And others?
It looks great.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'll just start by saying that was a terrific talk by Stephen. So I hope people really paid attention to so many of those important details that I've really seen play out in study section, and keep those in mind as you're writing. So yeah, essentially, I'm mainly talking about the candidate statement and the career development plan, and appreciate the chance to speak with you today. And in terms of my background, I'm a primary care internist. I'm in the same division as Carol and Mitch. I'm a health services researcher, and I've been on faculty now for 20 years. But I think most pertinent to this, I was on the NIDDK DDKB, that's the diabetes focused study section, for 6 years from 2015 to 2021. And so, I mean, I would say I read 100 grants and saw many more times that come through. And I think, try to bring some of this to you in terms of things that helped grants do well and things that kind of torpedoed grants in terms of the candidate statement and the career development plan. And just to note that, as I mentioned, our K Award focus was really diabetes, obesity mainly, but also, you know, it was a very supportive case study section. I think I've been on our study sections that are kind of like they just rip people to shreds. That's the goal of it. But in the case study section, at least that I was in, just know that there are people, they want to support junior investigators. They want to get great scientists to take our place one day, those of us who are senior. And so I think I'll talk about this later, but often the chair would even tell us, you know, when you're writing your reviews, make sure you emphasize essentially that you leave hints. You want the person to come back and you want them to fix A, B, and C the next time. So I think any K reviews you get, when you get them, make sure you read with your mentor's help to make sure you're understanding kind of what the hidden messages or suggestions are there. And of course, be very responsive to those when you resubmit, as you will, because we just heard you can't give up right after the first grant that you write. All right, so I think I'm hoping to mainly talk about these 4 sections, but can certainly take other questions. I think the candidate background we'll touch on, the career goals and objectives, the career development plan and training activities, and then the mentor and co-mentor statements. So before we get into that, these are the NIH criteria for evaluating candidates. And I think there's overlap for sure with what you've heard so far this morning, but you know, the number one thing here is the potential for conducting independent research. And reviewers are thinking about this. You know, is this person, do they have the potential to become an independent investigator? And that should come through everything you say, your plan, your mentor's letters, all of it has to be that this person has outstanding potential to move towards independence. They want evidence of originality, adequacy of a scientific background, high quality research endeavors and publications. We'll talk about the number of publications you have, but I think certainly people will look at that. But then also it's a balance, right? Because you want to have done things, but you also need to demonstrate very clearly a need for this training grant and further research experience. Otherwise, you know, you'll get the comment, well, this person should write an R01 and they shouldn't spend 3, 4, 5 years with this case. So we'll talk a little bit about how I think to approach that need for balance. Okay, so in terms of the candidate background, the first thing I'll say is you really have to bring passion in this and just show you're very committed to an academic research career. I think there's a lot of talk in these study sections, particularly for physicians, about, you know, people who don't make it through to the R phase and R awards. Particularly, I would say this, if you know that your specialty is higher paying for the clinical stuff you do, there's actually more pressure. I think people are very afraid that the high earning physicians in particular will not stick with this because they don't have the passion and there's a lot of forces pulling you to clinical work. So really for all of you, but especially for physicians, you really have to make it very clear that you are committed to this career. And I think part of that is kind of, you talk about your prior experience, your collaborations, achievements, how they really excited you and lit in the fire, and you're, you know, just very passionate about the work that you're proposing. So I'll say, though, in these prior research experiences, you want to not just talk about it, but you want to note why it was important, the study you did, and what was your role in it. And then where did you publish the findings? Because I think people want to see that you actually brought this to a publication. And I would say if you have a lot of things that you could have listed, I would just mainly list the ones that you published. Because again, they want to think, is this person actually, they know how to publish, they've done it before, at least as part of a team. And then I think this will then translate towards more publications from the K that they're writing now. And then, you know, in addition to the research, I do think, and I've seen, you can put in other relevant intellectual experience. Definitely if you have leadership experience you want to talk about, if there's some teaching or mentoring or really academic things. This shouldn't be the main piece of it, but I think you want them, again, to show that you're committed to this academic research career, and particularly if you're teaching or mentoring in the research realm. I think it's very worth stating those along with the actual research. And then I'll just say that in a way, this is kind of like a college application. It's been a long time since I wrote one, but I know that they try to tell you to stand out. like you just heard, there may be 12 grants the person is reading, and yeah, another one. But if there's anything unique about yourself or your story, your background, make sure that comes out. You want them to know, to think about you and remember you when they're discussing this, because they might have read it, a month before, potentially, and you want them to, the reviewers, that is, to have you front of mind. So really try to be unique, try to stand out in your background statement. So I think hopefully everybody here should have a biosketch at this point. And as you might imagine, it really has to coordinate with the candidate statement, and you need key information in both. I think one of the themes you heard is some things you need to put in multiple places so you really drum it into the reviewer's head. And I think there's examples on the next slide with the hyperlink. I think you can certainly have my slides if you haven't seen them, and CTSI can certainly show you many great examples of this. But you want education and training in there, and then you want a personal statement, again, bringing out your passion, and why you're the right person, as you just heard, to do this kind of work. You want to highlight any grants. I think for you, there may not be that many grants, but I think if there are any, even pilot awards, it's just so critical. I think people, if you've been able to achieve or obtain a competitive grant where you had to apply, even LRP is something we often see in there. You have to put all of that in this, so people see that you've been able to get grants, if that's the case. And then key publications. And then there's a contributions to science section. And so you can really generally have up to 3 topical areas. I've seen some for postdocs where they do a clean division between their very early career work, if they did some graduate school and postdoc work. I think the more advanced you get, you kind of have topic areas that you can split, but you can look at examples again of how best to structure this, things that you like, and definitely you need to include your most important publications for each section. Again, this is not the time to be shy. You want to really put in their face kind of your accomplishments. So they see those when they're reviewing the biosketch. So I noted research support, any pilot awards, any foundation awards, any LRP should be in there. And then just please make sure that the hyperlink at the bottom to your full publication list works. I think about 5% of the time it doesn't, and everybody gets really annoyed by that, and you don't want that to be used, so it has to work. And as I noted, there's some sample biosketches from the NIH here, but CTSI is probably your best bet. They can share those with you as well. All right, so career goals and objectives. So really, it should be logical and it should progress, right? So ideally from your prior research and training experiences, even if the topic is not the same, the fact that you did research, you're learning, you're growing, you're moving towards the research and career development experiences that will occur. And then on after that to independent investigator status. So the research that you've done, the research that you're going to do in this K in career development, and then independent investigator status. This should be a story, as we just heard, of how you are the person. You're going to take what you did, what you plan to do, and then definitely you have to mention how you're going to move on to be independent. And as part of that, you really have to justify the need for further career development to become an independent investigator. We'll talk about that shortly. But you need to make sure that they understand exactly why you need additional skills, additional training to get there. So this is just one example of a career goal statement. And I think it looks like this one is on the genetic epidemiology of cancer in Latinos. And so I would think about splitting it up as you see in the red circles on the left. So you want to talk about the short-term career goals, what you're working on and what the short-term will be, and then long-term, right? Where you talk about essentially things that you'll be doing when you're an independent investigator. And then I think this is from a K99, but here they talk about the mentor phase, independent phase, but the key is to have milestones and outcomes. There's also a great fear that people will not do what they say they're going to do in their K award, right? And so I think you really have to, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, have a committee, probably all your mentors and co-mentors, who meet either every 6 months or 12 months and hold your feet to the fire. So you need to say, I will achieve these milestones. And this group of people will meet and we'll together, they'll help me make sure that I'm on track to achieve these. Very important to have the specific milestones and outcomes and have accountability built in that, your team will make sure you achieve those. And so I think some of you might have changed research directions. You may have gone, for example, from research in a wet lab earlier to now maybe potentially health outcomes research. And I think, that's in many ways, it's a positive because it shows you've been doing different kinds of research, but you definitely want to talk about why the change. And then again, justify how this K award will help you develop your research career in the new area. And I think that's just an opportunity for you to outline the new skills the new training that you haven't had before that will help you progress in your new focus that you're considering. All right, so the career development training plan, again, definitely a compelling argument that you need a K award. You need this award not only for the protected time, for sure, which I know many of you, that's why you're writing it, but also to gain these skills. So you have to identify these are the gaps or deficiencies that I need to fill in order to be an independent investigator in the future. I need to explain how, when you get this knowledge in these areas, this will enable you to compete for R01 funding. Right? So if you haven't already, when you're writing this, sit down and think clearly, what are the gaps and deficiencies, not just gaps in general, but deficiencies and gaps that you need to fill, again, to move towards that R01. Everything is moving towards the R01 in this. That's what people want to see. And so it has to be suited to you. I mean, I'll talk about that a little more, but definitely in this, you have to say you're going to be writing an R01. Generally, we recommend that you put that in year 3 or year 4 and not after. People know it takes multiple times to resubmit that. So you need to be moving towards writing this R01 in year 3 or year 4. And so the question always comes up about what exactly to include. And generally, it should be a mix of classwork and hands-on activities. Now, I've seen where they actually want people to take the classes, which to me is interesting. I don't know why you gain more from taking it versus auditing it, because we're all adults and we're committing to this, but I would try to actually take it and budget money for tuition to do that. I guess that's just a sign that you really will stick with it. And the activities in your entire plan, they have to reflect 75% of your time, right? Or 50%. I know some of you will be allowed to go down to 50% of this, but so the combination should be more heavily weighted towards career development in the beginning, and then over time, more towards the research plan that you just heard about. And I think I would really specify these courses. I will take course M123, which this is the title of it, and this is what I will learn there that will help me, again, move towards an R. And then just note, I think, you can get a degree, but what I wouldn't say is I will just take this certificate. I'll take these 8 courses that give me a degree and move on, because that's not really going to help you. You want people to understand why each of these courses is important. At this point, everybody here has a graduate degree, and that alone is not going to stand out. It's more like that you've clearly thought through how these are going to help you. And also, I would note that you want to have them earlier. I've seen grants where they're like, well, this course is taken too late. Hopefully it's aligned with your career development plan, so the course informs your research. And if you're going to do the activities in your research aims in year 3 and take the course in year 4, somebody will note that. And then I do think there has to be a clear table and timeline. People go right to that reading this section. And I think we had a boot camp. I ran a K1, and we looked at many different examples, and there's many different ways to do it. Again, I would try to get a hold of as many as you can and look for a way where you can basically put a lot of information in, but make it clearly interpretable. And so people will know what you'll be doing and when you'll be doing it. And it has to integrate with the research plan, right? It can't be independent from the research plan. These things are supposed to go together. And as I noted, the timeline should culminate in writing an R01, ideally by year 4. So I think the more advanced you are, I would tend to say, particularly if you've had much more research training, to do fewer courses and more tutorials and guided readings, with your co-mentor who's an expert, right? Dr. So-and-so is an expert in topic X, and then I would give examples. We will do a intensive guided reading on these topics and how they're practically applied to the work I'm doing. We will read things including A, B, C, right? Again, you can't just, it's easy to write down, we will do a tutorial, right? But again, all these things, you have to give the details. These are the courses, these are the tutorials. I've thought about it. This is exactly how I plan to put these things together. So specificity is your friend in this. And I think this came up earlier before I joined, but you really want to heavily utilize the local training opportunities and resources available. I've seen grants where they're like, well, this person is going outside, but they don't know that there's someone at their institution who does exactly the same thing. And that's a big problem, because that suggests that either A, your institution is not fully supportive of you, they don't want to work with you, so you have to go somewhere else. Or B, you or your mentor really don't know what the opportunities are locally, and either one of those is a bad thing, right? They want you to have a mentor who's very connected and connects you with people who are at your institution versus going elsewhere. But if you're very clear that there is limited local expertise with key lab skills and techniques, then I would consider going to another institution. And I would say for those of you in wet lab, I've just seen that I think people actually want you to be there in the lab. So I think people often build in, I will go for a week or 2 weeks to this institution where the time will be devoted working with my consultant or collaborator X to learn these specific techniques. So again, primarily it should be at UCLA, ideally. But if not, then you can go somewhere else. And if it's a wet lab, it really should be hands-on, I think, versus over Zoom, for example. And so I think those are the key pieces, but you want to also include other activities in your career development plan. And often, many of us are going to seminars and doing works in progress through our divisions and departments, and I would definitely put all of that in. I think I would encourage everybody to attend some kind of grant writing workshop and definitely scientific meetings, both, the kind, for example, the ADA, if you do diabetes, but also often like the summer resources, such as, for example, the Health Disparities Summer Workshop or the Butler-Williams with NIA. These kinds of things I would put in there. The NIH loves it when you take advantage of the things that they are offering. So definitely you have to have some of those along with, the things at your home institution, the courses and tutorials. And you have to be very specific about meeting with your mentors. Ideally you would say, I am in the same building with my mentor. They are 4 rooms down. We will meet every Monday at 2 o'clock, as we have been doing for the past X number of years. Again, specificity is what you want. They know that your mentor is not being paid for this, really. And I think there's a fear that you just connected with this person and they're not truly committed. So anything you can do to build that relationship of A, what you've already done, but B, how it's going to continue in this grant will help you. So, and then co-mentors probably don't have to necessarily be weekly. It could be every other week, but specificity there too is good. And then, like I noted earlier, you really need to have annual meetings with the entire team where they will step back and evaluate your progress that you've done as compared to what you said you would do in this K award to make sure you're you're advancing as you should. So really critical here, number one. So the primary mentor has to have active NIH research funding. I think I've seen grants where the person has published papers and they seem somewhat accomplished, but if they don't have active funding, people say, well, how can they help this person transition to independence? And ideally, you're even okay if they have funding that's expiring, but in their letter, they need to talk about that they'll be writing for a renewal or the new grants that they're writing. I think if they've achieved funding, they get more confidence that they can do it again, but they need to, in their letter, talk about their research program going forward, because also we know that, and they know that sometimes in-kind support, these budgets are not huge. And if your mentor has a grant, they're assuming or expecting that they'll be able to give you some in-kind support for your work. So if they don't have NIH research funding, you just think about a different mentor. I'll say that. And then the co-mentors have to be complementary. I think if they're doing the same thing as the primary mentor, that's not really going to make a lot of sense. And I would say generally, I would recommend someone with biostatistics. If that's at all what you're doing here, I think they know that generally most of us are not biostatisticians and they want to see that you're learning from them. So I would make sure that primary mentor, whatever co-mentors you need for your particular project, but I think that should include a biostatistician. And then again, this issue of the pre-existing relationships. So you really ideally have published something with your mentor. That's a common critique. Well, there's no evidence of a relationship. There's no papers on which the mentor and candidate have collaborated. And so if you're thinking about a K, I would start thinking about that now. I would start writing something with your mentor. At least, at the very least, you can say it's submitted by the time you write a K. We are collaborating. We've submitted X manuscript to Y journal. That is seen as a positive thing. And then I've seen grants where, some mentors, it's a catch-22 because, they want mentors that are strong, that have a lot of grants, a lot of work, but then people say, well, this mentor doesn't truly have the time to devote to the candidate. So I'll talk about it in a minute, but the mentor letter has to really make a clear case that the mentor is very excited about you, and that is implied by the time they'll devote with these weekly meetings to make sure that they're there to support you. If that doesn't come across, people say, well, the mentor is great, they're well funded, but they're not truly committed to this candidate. All right, so the mentor co-mentor statement, ideally you need to walk on water in these statements. It means something. If the statement is not really truly behind you as a wonderful, inspiring, talented scientist, you'll get dinged for this. So A, you have to have plans for transitioning to independence. B, ideally the mentor would have a track record. Often they have a table in there of the people that they have mentored including K awards, but I've mentored these individuals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over this time period. And then again, it has to be really, this person is the best person I've seen. So I'll just note at the bottom quote, there's a well-known institution back east. And I realized after the first year, like all their letters come in saying this person is among the top 2 or 3 postdocs with whom I have worked, the top 3 junior faculty with whom I've worked. Now, I don't see how that can be the case when they're sending in a lot of applicants every cycle, but I think it's just the theme to remember that. And I think often you end up writing these letters yourself, but I would just try to do anything possible to make sure that you really come across as shining. If you don't, I think that'll hurt you. All right, so I think the question often comes up about publications. And, I don't think you have to have as many necessarily as some people might assume. I've seen grants where you have at least 2 first author publications that do fine. And particularly if you're an MD, because I think they know that you've done a residency and often a fellowship, so you get a little more leeway. If you're a PhD, probably more. But I think the biggest thing is if there's a gap. If your papers are a while ago and there's no papers recently, that is seen as red flags. Something is going on to pull you away from this that's not seen as helping go towards independence. So if your trajectory is declining, I would try to focus on the writing of the papers to get those in and be able to show that you're still writing. Otherwise, I think that'll hurt you if there's a gap. Even if you have a bunch of papers, if none of them are recent, that won't be great. And then I think you can't really put big papers coming out in your biosketch, but the mentor, particularly in basic science, I know the papers there, they often tend to be bigger and not as many, but if the mentor can say this person has a paper that is coming out soon in Nature Communications or something, people will really pay attention to that. So if there are papers that are coming, make sure the mentor notes that in their letter. And I'll say then also, if some of you are postdocs, one of the big problems I think is postdocs who are not preparing to leave the lab. If you have been in a lab for multiple years, 4 or 5 years, that's going to be a problem. So they really, if that's your case, they really have to state why you are going to move out, right? Why you're going independence. You're not there either because you're not planning for that yourself or because the mentor wants to keep you there to make their own work go better. There are a lot of concerns about the mentor-mentee relationship in that situation. So I would really give some serious thought to that, of how you frame it. And then similarly below that, I think the mentor has to be very clear in that situation that the candidate is free to take their models, take their work when they leave. Again, that's part of independence, transition independence, and they should specifically go out of their way to say that they've been working on X, which is related to my work, but not exactly the same. And I'm encouraging them to take that with you on take them with them on their next step, moving towards independence. I think we're almost done. I just have a few more slides, but I would say to be careful, and this goes into the research a little bit, but if you are using experimental methods that are a little bit older, you will get dinged. Like I think in this diabetes section I was in, there's a lot of measuring of insulin resistance. And anyone who put forward a method to measure it that was not to say the science, somebody would say, well, there's a better way to do this now. So this person's mentor, not them, but the mentor is not up to speed, and that's a problem. So just make sure any methods you're using, that may not be your primary aim. For example, you're going to determine resistance this way to do X and Y, but anything you're doing should be the best that we can do as a field. And then just be careful if you're proposing research ideas that are like really controversial or hypotheses that have already been studied. I've seen people say, well, yeah, we thought about this relationship, this physiologic pathway, and we found it didn't work and this and that. So if it's things like that, I'm not sure you want to do it. I think, as it was said, that they know you're not going to change the world in this, and you're not going to totally, move science forward. Your K award is going to advance the field greatly. You want things that are incremental along with what's been done, in my opinion. And I think things that you can complete and will give you the skills. A lot of this is a research project that will help give you skills that you need for the next steps, for the groundbreaking, controversial, on-the-edge project that will advance the field in a later year. And then just that the research has to have a clear path to an R01. I've seen grants where they say, well, this project is interesting, that's great, but I don't see what the next step will be to advance it to the work for an R01, and that's going to be a problem. Just note that reviewers will pull your references and read them, as particularly for pilot data. So, don't say anything in the grant that is not reflected in the reference. That's a problem when you're saying something, and then when you look at the paper, it's saying something else. Don't do that. Particularly for basic scientists, your figures have to be very clear and easily and readily understood. I've seen many grants where they're like, well, I just didn't understand this figure, or where it doesn't make sense to me, and then that's a big problem. And then obviously it goes without saying to use an easily visible font size. And then just the last thing here I'll say is when you get your reviews back, remember that at least in my experience, they're trying to send you messages. So if it's not the score you wanted, you put it down, drink a glass of wine or something, and then the next day you can take it up and look with your mentor carefully to see, the messages they're sending. And then when you do submit again, because I hope that you do, you really have to be very specific, and everything in there you have to specifically note how you addressed it. And I've seen many grants do very well. And when reviewers have egos, and they want to see that you're actually taking what they say seriously and you're addressing it. So that's a whole nother topic, but the resubmission introduction is so important. And I'll say good luck, and my email's there if people have additional questions at a later point, but happy to take some now.
Thanks, Kendrick. That was really, really great. I'm just going to go through some questions that may be general and then also directed towards this last section. So just going back on the questions, there was a question about advice for mid-career clinicians interested in pivoting to research careers.
Yeah, I think the challenge there is the training. As we all know, it becomes difficult when you're already in a mid-career clinician to honestly go back to the salary that a trainee gets. And so at least what I've seen helpful is if you're able to get the papers. It's not easy to do when you're a mid-career clinician, but if you have to find a way to put papers out there. So even if you don't have the training other people had, you should have some kind of training, but as long as you have papers, there's a sense that this person actually is truly going to be able to go in this track versus someone who would like to do research, but isn't able to, to get the papers out. So I think then as was made the case, I think I tried to make the case that you can talk about all the skills you need to get, but you should have had some training, I think, and you definitely need papers if you're trying to transition. You can't just say, I want to be a researcher, but I've published ABC, which will help me then publish DEF. But others may have thoughts on this too.
Yeah, there are criteria for how far out of your terminal degree you are. So I think if you're too far out from your terminal degree, it will be a flag, of course, and then your productivity trajectory will certainly be an issue for anybody applying for career development awards. So for someone who's mid-career, there are transition awards, but they're not very common. It may be worth thinking about other grant mechanisms or foundation grants, but it is a little bit of a difficult transition. But if you do have a track record, it's possible to do it. There was a question about the page limit on the plans and statements of mentors and co-mentors. A 6-page limit, and then there's also the letters, and how does that factor in?
Yeah, so there's a 6-page limit there, and then the letters, I think you really want the primary letter to be the main one. Others can check me on this, but I think often 2 pages is what I see for that. It really has to be detailed, extensive. The other co-mentor letters can be very short, even just like a half a page, basically saying what you'll bring to the project and support. But people will go right to that primary letter, and it needs to be glowing, and it needs to be complete, and needs to be extensive. But again, Mitch, you probably have thoughts on that yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said before the highlight of the primary mentor and all the letters that you do need to walk on water in the way that the letters are describing you. But then that mentor letter can include statements from the co-mentors and address those issues. So you don't need a letter from every mentor. That was my understanding. Separate from that, you have referee letters, which are the outside letters, and they can say other things about you. And I had one other comment about that, and just in terms of, I think it's pretty common for the candidate to draft letters, and it's an onerous task, so it's something you need to plan early. One suggestion I think works pretty well is if you're doing all the drafting, it's hard to rewrite the same letter. So you might think about how you might have the different letters highlight different aspects of your career. And I think ChatGPT does a pretty good job of sort of taking similar language and trying different methods to say the same thing. So Obviously, you should edit it very closely and make sure it's accurate, but it actually does work pretty well. Ella, did you have anything else to comment about letters?
Usually I've seen 2 to 3 pages from the primary mentor and maybe 1 page for this from the secondary mentors. That's what I have been doing. But I have a question about what you mentioned, ChatGPT. Attitude toward using AI to edit? I don't know the details yet, how NIH use it.
I think for the science part, I would be very versed to using it in any large capacity. I think there are issues there. I think for something as simple as a letter of recommendation, you're basically turning your CV into a summary of your accomplishments. And if you feed it a letter of recommendation you've already written or someone has written, and you want a different voice as a starting point for a letter, I don't see that it would be an issue. You're not actually replicating or trying to summarize science, where I think you could run into some issues about accuracy. But I think for letters, it's reasonable.
I'll just say I agree with you, Mitch. I think these 3 reference letters are kind of pro forma. I don't think that they get scrutinized as much, and nowhere near what the primary mentor letter does. But I also will say that, yeah, I think part of it is they want to see from your prior training. For example, if all your letters come from UCLA, but you've done a postdoc at such and such other place and other work somewhere else, like they'll wonder, why is no one from there endorsing this person? And so I would try to start from kind of your earlier training, that they talk about, how great you are. And then it continues to UCLA, that across all aspects of your career, you've been productive, exciting, doing well, that it's kind of goes back in time a little bit. But yeah, I totally would be fine. If I was writing a K now, I would use ChatGPT for that myself. It's the primary mentor letter that is, you can't do that.
Yeah. There was a question about co-mentors for each training aim, and whether the co-mentors need to have NIH research funding as well.
I don't think so in my experience. I think the primary mentor people know is the one that is committing to be the person who devotes the time to help you become independent. And co-mentors should have some skills that are relevant to you, but often, there are a lot of people who they're not PIs on grants, but they're very productive academically as part of our enterprise that we run. And those are terrific co-mentors, So I would say no. I've never seen a grant where they're like, well, the co-mentor had no funding. Obviously, they have to be doing something that's useful and contributing to you, but I don't think the funding requirement is there for them, in my opinion.
I think the NIH funding requirement comes from really the basic science labs, where if you're a basic scientist and you're sitting in a lab, usually you're not going to be running the lab yourself. You're going to be sitting in a senior mentor's lab. And obviously the resources to keep the lab running and to support the research, and the K award only provides you a relatively small amount of money for the actual research itself. I think that's where the requirement of having NIH research funding is really important. So from that standpoint, it's the primary mentor, or if you're in a basic science lab, it's the mentor's lab that you're in, where I think it's really critical to have NIH funding. Unfortunately, I think that sort of requirement is bled over into other areas, particularly in our health services research. It really doesn't seem critical, in my view, that the primary mentor has NIH funding in a dry lab, but that requirement has kind of carried over, and people make that criticism all the time. So again, I think it's really essential for the primary research mentor to have funding, but not the co-mentors. Ella, would you want to add anything to that?
I completely agree with what you guys said.
I think this may be a question for Ella. Can you speak a bit more on the note about the number of years in a postdoc lab? Do you mean that it can be a red flag if you were in one lab for too long, or if the proposal involves leaving the lab or not? Does the number of years as a postdoc in general, regardless of lab, matter?
It does. The number of years as a postdoc matters, for one, as your eligibility for a K award. So different institutes will have different number of years that they allow you to apply if you've been, for example, for NIH K, you could not have been a postdoc for more than 7 years if you want to be eligible for a K award. And I don't know specifically about all the other institutes, but it's close to that. Or if you want to apply for K99, you can only be a postdoc for up to 4 years. So for one, your eligibility matters. Two, they may wonder why you need that much training if you are for more years than that. Why do you need that much more training to get a mentor award? So it's both eligibility and also perception of how long do you want to, what else can you learn from that lab that you haven't already learned if you're staying many more years? And then does it mean it can be a red flag if you're in one lab for too long, or if you're proposing not leaving the lab or not? So usually in basic science, you would build on your preliminary data from your postdoc. So it makes sense to continue with that lab. If you are going to another lab, it helps to have, you could propose to have your primary mentor where you were, and then if you go to another institution, maybe have that person, if you're intending to go there, have a person from that institution be a co-mentor on the proposal so that you already have established relationship for it. There are many ways to do this, but the primary mentor should usually be the one that you have most the biggest relationship with and publications.
Can you, anybody comment on maternity leave or medical leave in terms of that affecting the years in training or postdoc years?
I think you can get some extension, and it's probably on case-by-case basis, but I've heard of COVID, for example, being able to be used as a justification to prolong those number of years, although I don't know how much longer that's going to be the case. But I think there's a little bit of leeway on a case-by-case basis.
I've had students who've had kids during their postdoc, and they've been given, I think it was like 2 years for their extra for their application for K99. So does happen.
Yeah,
does happen.
There's a question about publication gap and how long the gap is concerning. Is there, if there's 1 year where there's no publications but several in the next year, is that something that should be explained in the application?
I'll start, but no, I don't think 1 year is too much, particularly in basic science. I know that, there's fewer papers. I think if you just draw the trajectory, if your papers are declining and you have multiple year gaps and you were productive before, but not now, people will wonder what's happened and this is not going in the right direction. So I wouldn't say 1 year is certainly too much, but the key is that it should be, if you're drawing out your papers, it should be on an upward trajectory and not a downward one. That's really the main thing. If it's a downward one, I would take time to write the papers to get it to be more of an upward one.
It is.
Ella, I was going to say that COVID was really screwed up a lot of basic science research. So I think you could explain that. We couldn't breed animals because of there was no animal breeding allowed, and everything had to be culled. So it was a real disrupted time. So I think if there's an explanation, if you can explain it like that, I think that's fine. And you guys will have just gone through the COVID era, so I think you have some explanations if you were in basic labs for sure, or clinical labs as well because of COVID.
And I think also when you switch to postdoc after your graduate school, you go somewhere else for postdoc and you're starting a new project, it's really common to have several years without publications. So I've seen people for 3, 4, even 5 years without publications, but then they publish multiple ones or really high profile one and another less high profile one. So it is okay not to have publications every year, as long as by the time you're applying, you show that now you have started producing and you have a lot of preliminary data from all those previous years that you've been working. It's really common in basic science lab not to have publications for at least 3, 4 years.
The next question is about strategies for applying to multiple grant opportunities in parallel and issues about budgetary overlap between grants. So I can comment on this. When I started, I had a grant. Essentially, I submitted it to NIH for a K award, and basically simultaneously applied for 2 foundation grants. And I actually luckily got all 3 of them. The way it turned out was, and there was overlap. So I took the K award and made that the primary. And then I approached the other 2 foundations and told them that I got the K award and, gave them a couple of options, but both of them took the option to allow me to extend the K award to additional aims as long as there was no overlap, and then use the budget for me to support the research, so that I wasn't getting paid personally. I wasn't getting paid twice, and the money that the foundation grants were paying for was for the science. And so in the end, I was able to have a K award and 2 foundation career development awards all at the same time. But that's dependent on the funder, and it doesn't always work. But from the initial strategy, I think taking the same grant and submitting it to 2 different entities, as long as it's not 2 different NIH institutes, when you apply for a grant, as long as you don't have the funding in hand, I don't think there's anything that would prohibit you from submitting a grant simultaneously to 2 different funding agencies, as long as it's not both federal. Like, you couldn't do a VA Career Development Award and an NIH Career Development Award on the same topic, on the same set of ideas. Any other comments or experiences about that? Okay. And I actually think it's a good strategy, because you're increasing your likelihood of getting funded.
I also wanted to add that sometimes you can sort of time the applications with your mentor as well, with their R and with your K. It worked really well for me and my trainee, where I first got an R and then she applied for a K maybe a year later after I already got an R. So it was obvious that there was going to be support for her proposal, but she extended it to more different areas, more independent areas. So also timing R versus K applications with your mentor may be helpful.
Yeah,
Whereas if mentor and you apply for a K and R at the same time, and they see the pending application on your mentor's other support that sounds very similar to your K, that would be a bigger problem.
Yeah. Let's do one more question and then take a break, because I want to make sure we do get a break. So the next question is about, is it a hit against you if you recently got a MS? I assume that means a master's degree.
No, I don't think so. I guess we're talking about, are you too qualified? Is that maybe what the question is getting at? And I would say certainly no. I think you have to make the case that there are new skills that maybe weren't in the MS that will help you. Because I think this is supposed to set you up for the rest of your career. You only generally do 1 career development award. And so you have to just think about what are the things you didn't do in your master's that you'll get in this award. But I wouldn't say at all that, to me, that is a problem or a red flag.
I would agree with that. People get PhDs and then write a K, and we can make an argument for future additional training. We're running 10 minutes behind. We're going to take a break. If you've written a question, we will definitely get to your questions. If for some reason you can't stay and hear your question answered, please feel free to email me, and we'll make sure your question is answered. And this is recorded, so you could watch the recording. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:50. And we'll hear from Dr. Evans next. So see you back in 10. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Dr. Evans, take it away.
Unmute myself and share my screen. Let's see. What? It's weird. Let's see. Let's just go this way. Does that look okay?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm Chris Evans. I'm a basic researcher. So I've had a number of K awardees in our center and in my lab. And K99 is a very nice award for. I've seen a couple of had two students go through with the K99. Very nice award. It gives you 2 years of really mentored research, which has been with me, and then 3 years of an independent research where you can either stay at the same institution, but you've got to get a good position. You've got to get a position which is acceptable for doing that R00 part, or you can leave, of course, and get a position elsewhere. So it's really, this pathway for an independent career, and it's quite prestigious. It's kind of like the Rolls-Royce of K awards in many ways. I'll talk about the in relation to other K awards. I know you've got a lot of this before from Carol, but it's there's many different K awards you can apply for, and the K99 is one of the most prestigious. It's the hardest to get, as you'll see over on the right-hand side, the different success rates of the K awards. K01, the ultimate success rate is around 35%, whereas the success rate of the K99 is around 25%, so it's a lot less. Some of the K awards, very, very easy to get or well-funded. The K38 was a very, very specific award. And the K08s are, 41%. So you're much more likely to get a K01, a K08 than a K99. And there's probably a lot of reasons for that. One of them being that this is open to non-residents and of the USA. So that's one of the other criteria here. So it's a very prestigious and good grant to get. So it's been pretty stable. I checked the 2022 and it 2023 it was 26%, so it's gone up 1%, but it's pretty stable around 25% success rate. Okay, so what are the purpose? Well, it's really to support a transition. So you're in a postdoc and you're wanting to get onto a career track. You have these 1 or 2 years of mentored support, and it's important that those 2 years you're really going to learn something which is going to contribute to your independent career. That's an important part, and I'll show you where K awards have gone wrong, because they haven't had this sort of new development, which is going to be new learning process within the K99 portion of the grant. And then there's the R00, and this is really rather like an R grant, R01. You get decent funding for your salary and for your research, but it's contingent upon securing this independent research position. So you need a assistant professorship or equivalent to get your R00, and NIH will not give you that R00 unless you have that that position. Now that gets a little bit, I mean, this is kind of stressful because positions are hard to get sometimes. So when you're thinking about this career, this K award, you've got to think that there's going to be a time when you're going to have to transition to an independent research position. So, you've got to think about this almost straight away when you've got the award. You've got to start looking for jobs, and that can be kind of stressful. And if you're ready for that, that's great. If you're not, then I would advise you looking at the KO1s or the KO8 awards. There's lots of questions and answers, which I've given you some links here and an NIH video on it, which can be helpful. So if you need further information on the purpose and some caveats here and there, then these are good sources. Okay, so the requirements, we talked a little bit about this before. This is the only K award which will support non-US citizens. But there is a caveat. You've got to be in the US for both the training and the R00 part. I've had a student in my lab who got a K99, but she got a job in Canada and she couldn't take that R00 part with her. Now, if you got an R grant, sometimes you can take it out of the country. So you can take it to Canada or France. I've had collaborators who've taken their R grants to France, but not the R00 part. So that's something to be wary of. You've got to be in postdoctoral training, so you can't have any an evidence of an independent position. So you can't have an R grant, R01 grant. You can't have had a startup package or kind of an independent research title. That's important as well. So you have to be in a postdoc position. And also you have to have had a terminal clinical research doctorate, PhD, MD, a master's. That was one of the questions, I think, in the last session. Could you have a master's? And that won't cut the cheese, I'm afraid. So you have to have one of these degrees listed here. Again, you can't have more than 4 years of postdoctoral experience since completing your doctoral degree. That could be in or outside of the USA. So yeah, that doesn't matter. But there are extensions. And as I said, one of my students did have an extension because she had a pregnancy. And I'm sure if there's a sickness or you have to do some parenting or something, you can talk to the project officer about this. So that you can get extensions. And I think the project officers are pretty generous about this if there's a good reason. So important that you need the PI to be supportive. I think this is true of all K grants, and I think I'm sure you're all getting this, that if you don't have a PI who's supportive, it's going to be very difficult. They've got to write a lot, even though you're going to be writing a lot of it yourself, and the PI supportive letters, etc. There's a lot of work that the PI has to do, and that can be very time consuming. So you really need to have a good idea that your PI is supportive of this. And, I mean, there's advantages for the PI, of course. They're going to have a person in their lab for at least 2 years. And on their record, they're going to have that they've trained a person, which is great. But it is a lot of work, and you really do need to have your PI really on board the whole way for these grants. Okay, so the second phase is really dependent on satisfactory progress during the K99 phase. And this is sort of program directed. You need to get this independent tenure track position or equivalent. And as I said, that can be really, really stressful. I know people who haven't been able to get this, and their K99, their R00 portion has not been given to them. So it is a stressor and something I really think you've got to consider closely. And they have pretty good strong criteria for this. So you've got to be careful of that part. Again, speak to the project officer, because these guys really, to have those people knowing of your work and on your side and knowing you is really, really important. Many of these project officers go to the big meetings, so it's a good time to meet with them, or else just arrange for a Zoom or a telephone call. Really important. Okay, so you're going to fall into one of these three categories, either doing basic research, a BESH, this basic experiments involving human studies, or the clinical trial. They'll all be kind of different, slightly different with their requirements. So you've got to figure out which one you are. And there's K99s for all of these different aspects of NIH research. So, you know, the basic research is pretty obvious. You may be working with cells or animals, or maybe even clinical samples. But BESH is this sort of combinational thing of having maybe a clinical component and doing research as well. And then the clinical trial, of course, is looking at drugs or something and looking at clinical outcomes. But three different types, okay? And these are all the funding opportunities that I could find with the K99. So you'll fall into one of those different categories. And they also have mosaic opportunities as well. So if you have diversity in any way, this is something you can apply for there. All good. Okay, so most of the institutes are participating. Again, talk to the program staff. I can't emphasize that enough, that you need a rapport with the program staff. It's really a critical element of all of this. Always good to get somebody who you can talk to and give you the advice. But most of the institutes do K99s. Some of them don't do the clinical ones, but so you be a bit careful. I think this next slide is my most important for you to know, is that the different institutes have very different success rates. Don't know if you can see my pointer, probably can't, but the Cancer Institute, for instance, is one of the lowest, with an only 18% success rate. But some of the others are around 60%, or NIA, aging, 33%. So looking at the different success rates, you can see that there's very different emphasis on training in the different institutes. I never quite understood this, but I think it's important for you to know that if you had a grant on, cancer and aging patients, then with choice between NCI or NIA, you know where you go, right? For double the possibility almost of getting the grant. Or if you're in nursing, go for the nursing institute. So if you have a chance to direct your grant in any way, which is getting less and less able to do, then you could direct it to the institute which is giving the most has the most emphasis on giving K99 grants. So I think that's important. Okay. I keep on saying this, don't I? Make yourself known to the project officer. Well, I just believe that's very, very important. I mean, the best advice comes from them and having a rapport with them. So these are the resources which the K kiosk. I know you've heard about this before. I just given you a link to that, and some of the repetition of some of the access to the grant files. So that's here. Okay, So I think you've gone over this pretty much, and I don't want to be repetitive here, but I was just doing one of the R boot camps, and I realized that people's biosketches were really not optimum, and really important to get that right, because that's the first. That's when people are going to get their impressions, their first ideas of what's important. So your biosketch is really important, and very important to explain everything there. The bibliography is important, how you explain yourself. That's really key, and you've got to use the most up-to-date ones, and I think you got a very good idea from that from Kenrick's talks, so I won't go on about that. Preliminary data, innovation, I think, is really important. Preliminary data, not so important, I think, for K awards, although they want to know that you can do the work and have the resources for the work. Potential impact, of course, and rigor is very important. The training plan can be really just as important as the research ideas. And I think if the research isn't really strong, this is a place where reviewers can get really picky. So you've got good advice from on how to do this and how to put that together, I think, in the other talks. So I'm not going to belabor that. Reference letters, I think it's important that you use, instead of your friends down the hall, you basically use the high impact researchers in the field who really know your work. For your collaborative letters, yeah, definitely use people within the institution. But for references letters, it's good to have people who are high impact researchers in the field if you know them. So I would go that way. Mentor and training environment, of course, is critical. And we talked about that. Should the mentor have a R grant or a NIH grant of some sort? Yes, definitely is. If they haven't got a grant, it could be a problem. So, and training record, of course, is important. And if you really have a strong desire to stay with a person who doesn't have an NIH grant, you need to use a co-mentor who would sort of bolster any weaknesses in your primary mentor's CV. There's one thing I think I should like to mention is that you should make use of the cores. We have an incredible core resources here, which are state-of-the-art facilities in different techniques. And using the cores for helping you do certain activities or certain experiments is a really good idea. And they'll give you the best, they'll give you letters, they'll give you support for your K awards. And that's a good resource I think you should know about and think about. Okay, so you'll realize that you've gone through the biosketch, but it's certainly different from the R grants, and you should realize that it's slightly different. You're going to need this bit at the end, which is scholastic performance part. But otherwise, you adhere closely to the rules, and mentioned before, but definitely make sure that link works. If you have a common name like I have, which Chris Evans, right? It's so many people who have this Chris Evans. So if they look me up, they're going to get confused about what I've done and what a million other people have done. So you really got to have that link working well. Okay, so these are, I'm not going to go through all these, but this is the score sheet and the new criteria that Mitch sent to us a while back about review criteria. And you'll notice that what's first is the candidate, right? So this is, and they're going to get most of that from your biosketch. And as I say, the biosketch is really an important thing to make sure you get it as good as possible. Make sure it gives them the information they need to write out this section. What are your strengths? And if you have weaknesses, talk about them and explain them. If you're in team projects where you haven't got first author papers, explain what you did. I think it's really important to be candid there and give them the information they need to evaluate this part of the grant. And it's first thing, it'll taint the rest of their opinions throughout the whole grant. Okay, so this is the research plan. Again, it gives you all of the criteria for review that the NIH reviewers will get. So really important to take a quick look at that and figure out whether write your grants so that they can answer these questions, right? That's the trick of getting an NIH grant. Look at what the review criteria are and then write your grant so that the reviewer can answer the questions pretty easily, the best they can. Okay, so these, of course, you've got to also do the additional resources and the additional criteria, biohazards, and whether it's a resubmission, renewal, revision, training, and the responsible conduct of research. All of this has to be filled out. Select agents, sharing plans. All of this can get sticky. It's probably more sticky if they have a problem with one or two parts of different parts of the grant, whether it's this is a place where only will get sticky if there's other problems. So, but of course it's different for the clinical trials. Okay, rigor and authentication of reagents. I mean, this has gotten kind of important. I think that you've got to remember that sex and gender needs to be addressed, and you need good statisticians. I would always put a statistician on your grant if you can. David Adishoff is a great one for giving advice and giving you the information you need. Reagents, you also need to make sure they're verified. I mean, I've done many antibody studies in my life, and then you go back and see the antibodies, and now we have the knockout mice, and you figure out that the antibodies don't work. So within the field, this is really important that you correctly verify the reagents you're going to use. Otherwise, if anybody has any suspicion, they'll go for it and say that this wasn't, this antibody doesn't work, or they've got to use this antibody to the receptor, otherwise it won't see it in this state or another state, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really important. And I've given you some links here to a kind of a fun little video here on rigor, transparency, and reproducibility. It's a nice little video. Okay, so I think you've had this information before, but CTSI are great because they have a list of successful applications which you can go to, and they do have these grant studios, so you can basically together with a group go through some or individually even go through your grant and try and get advice from different faculty here. I really advise you to contact the CTSI to do this. It's a really good way of making your grant better and getting good feedback. And the other thing I advise is to chat with someone who's been successful in a K99 grant. You can find these on our NIH Reporter and speak to people at meetings or online blogs, etc. And that works well. Here's the site which you can get these things. Okay, so let me talk about a couple of K99 students. These are getting a little bit aged now, but I think they make a point which I think is really important. This is Tim Brady. He's now a professor, I think, at UC Irvine, but he had a great pedigree. He had lots of first author papers. This is when he applied. So it was, you know, only 20 years ago now, but it was a long time. But he really was a better fit for NIMH, but he knew that NIMH weren't really invested in K99s at that point. So he sort of diverged his research a little bit to NIDA. So he made it kind of a drug grant because he was interested in learning and memory, and he sort of changed the grant a little bit to make it more drug relevant. And this was successful, and he got the grant. So if you look at the initial success rates of NIMH versus NIDA, NIDA had a much better success rate, and I'm sure this contributed to him getting the grant. So I really advise you to have a look at success rates. This was Kate Wassam, who's an amazing researcher, incredibly productive, but she didn't get her K99. And the reason she didn't get her K99 was because even despite she had an amazing CV, and now she has, I think she has four or five R01s now. So she's very successful in psychology now. But she had done her her PhD and graduate training at UCLA, and the reviewers didn't think that she was going to learn anything more in a K99 portion. So she was not awarded her grant, even though she was a much stronger candidate and is a much better researcher than the rest of the candidates I'm going to talk about. But she didn't get a grant, and she let me look at some of the summary statement here. And I think it's kind of telling. The training does not appear to add to the applicant's already extensive abilities and experiences gained in the same environment with the same mentors. So again, there was much in this review about not gaining anything in the K99. So it's really important that in this K99 portion that you are going to learn something, and that's going to add to your story, your research story that you're developing over your career. Okay, and then this is Amina. Amina was the one who had a child during her, while she was a postdoc with me, and she was actually 6 years out of a postdoc. So they actually changed the rules from 5 to 4 years a while back, but now you can only be 4 years. But she was 6 years out of her postdoc, and she had a child, and she spoke to the project officer, and they gave her extra time to put that grant in. And she was actually a Canadian citizen, so she didn't have a green card at that point, and she didn't have a and you know, she just had a visa. So, but she was working in the United States. She was working in my lab, and then she got a position in Chicago, and now she's a professor, I think, at WashU. So she's done very well. She's head of a center now, and but she stayed in the United States to do her R00 in Chicago, so she kept her grant. My last example is Anna, who was again Canadian. She was a Canadian citizen, and she is now assistant professor at University of Alberta. She put the K99 in when she was in my lab, and she was 4 years after her postdoc, but she didn't get a notice of award until 2 years after the review. So it was NIDA had some extra money, and they wanted to put it into training, so they funded her. And so she was funded, and she was, you know, getting towards the end of her postdoc. She got a position for her, what would have been her R00 part in the University of Alberta, but she couldn't take that R00 with her. So she's now well funded in Canada, so it's fine. but she couldn't take that R00 with her. So I think that's my my little spiel, and hopefully you've learned something there, and happy to answer some questions.
Thanks, Chris. That was great. There are a bunch of questions about eligibility, and I don't know whether we have any hard and fast rules on that. I was just searching the website for eligibility in years since terminal degree. So maybe just kind of address that issue in general.
Yeah, it
The
should be 4. It should be 4. What would a master's count? So masters won't count as a terminal degree, right? So that you have to have one of those other degrees that I listed there.
that's for K99?
Yeah.
Or are you saying that in general?
No, that's just K99. I think in general for the K01s, I think Ella said it was 7 years, right? It's 7 years.
It depends on the institute, and IDDK is 7 years, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think if you're reaching the lit of 7 and you have extenuating circumstances, you can always talk to your program officer and ask.
Yep.
It may vary, and I was just looking to see if there's a hard rule across all institutes, and I couldn't find it. So I think it's worth talking to your program officer. If you're at, the other thing I think to consider is if it's your limit, then it may be worth getting other advice from individuals and whether it's worth applying or maybe consider another mechanism, because it will be, even if you're within the limit, it will raise some issues, and so
Yeah,
it's worth considering all the different risks and benefits of applying for K.
yeah, I've had people definitely go try a K99 and then time out and go for the K01. I've seen people do that. They haven't been able to get the K99 first time, and they've gone for a K01. So that you can do.
So there's a question from Jamie Coron, and I'm not sure what the answer is. He's asking whether when there is a limit for how many years you could have been a postdoc, is it actually serving as a postdoc, or is it since terminal degree? So if you've done, let's say, several years in industry and then done postdoc, I have no idea what the answer is. Do you know?
Yeah, I think it's since your terminal degree. I think if you went to a industry, oh, that's a good, actually, it is a good question. I think if you did something totally different, it might be okay. That's a very good question. That would be a project officer question. I'm afraid I can't answer that one.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know.
There is a, yeah.
I kept on saying this, but speak to the project program officers. It's so important to have a rapport with the program officers. They will give you good information, and you can either get a one-on-one telephone call or go to a meeting and meet them there. It's probably best to go to a meeting, then they have a face associated with the name.
I did provide a link to some frequently asked questions, and it's not exactly the same question, but it seems related. And in the FAQ, it says, what is the NIH definition of a postdoctoral scholar? And there they said very clearly the definition is an individual who has received a doctoral degree or equivalent and is engaged in a temporary or defined period of mentored advanced training to enhance her professional skills. So you could interpret that to mean that if your subsequent years you're doing something separate from research or something that isn't to develop a research skill, like I guess you wouldn't necessarily count that as postdoctoral years, but it gets a little tricky.
It would be
I think
sticky
that
with
would,
industry. I think it'd be sticky with industry if you went into an industry where you were sort of working on, the same. You were doing research. Anything you were doing research, I think would be tricky.
yeah.
But I can't answer that question. That would be a specific question, and probably might even be institute specific as well. So
yeah. And in those FAQs is also the extensions for K99s. There's a very, very specific set of descriptions of the extensions allowed for K99s. So if you're interested.
There's also,
There was another question. Go ahead, Ella.
I was going to say the same thing. There's another question about how specific the expertise is of the reviewers on K99, but I think this also applies for other Ks. How likely is it the reviewer will be in the same field as the applicant?
I think that's a very good question. You know, they may not be. I mean, reviewers, science has gotten so complicated these days that even regular review sessions, which are supposed to be topic specific, there's often not expertise which are known, you know, to each of the reviewers. My advice is to start from the beginning and really educate, be as clear and concise as you can about, don't use acronyms, keep away from acronyms. Well, I mean, acronyms can really make reading a grant very, very difficult, especially here, you know, so I've read grants which may have 20 or 30 acronyms in, and some of them, you know, you have to keep on going back and figuring out what they are. It can be very, very irritating. So I would really try and educate the reviewer, especially if you are in a niche field, which has a lot of specificity and has some questions which may not be sort of easily understood by a general reviewer. You won't necessarily get a reviewer who understands your area.
What is the minimum time duration required to stay in K99 before RO?
That's a good question. Some people only use 1 year of their K99. So you can go earlier, from what I understand. And some people move with a K99, get a different supervisor, right? So there's lots of ways of doing this, and you'd have to speak with your project office to get permission. I've been on a KO1. I've reviewing mentor for a KO1 awardee, and they started their work in University WashU, and then they came to UCLA because their wife got a job in as a physician in one of the departments here, and he had to move, so he moved, and I became the mentor in a KO1, and I believe the same thing can happen with a K99. So you could move, and you move in the K99 part of your grant. But you're going to have to make the NIH have to approve such things. It's not just automatic; they have to approve it.
So here's a really good question, and I think it's worth talking a bit more about meeting with program officers. What the question was, what meeting would one meet the program officers? So
okay, yeah, that is a good question, and I in our meeting, it's the you know, we have an annual neuroscience meeting, right? And it's a very large meeting with like 40,000 people, right? And they have their booths, right? So it's a very, very big meeting, and all of the institutes have booths there, and so it's definitely there. Now, program officers often go to meetings, right? They're often at meetings, and so you can often find them, but I would email them first and make a direct one-on-one request to them and talk to them by email, and maybe that you can do a Zoom or something to talk to them about your position, your grant, and what you want to put in as a K award. So I would initially start with a one-on-one meeting.
I think traditionally people are, when we say meeting, it's by phone. And I think there's a broader question about how do you know who your program officer is or which program officer. So if you're applying for an RFA or a PAR or PA, there's always going to be listed a program officer.
Yeah.
So if you can find that PA or RFA, then that would be one place to look. But for K awards, for example, there may be, and there probably is, a specific person at NIH who handles all K awards in a very typical set of subdivisions. So there might be a basic science K award program officer, or a clinical health services research K award program officer. It's very common to speak with someone or reach out to someone at an institute, and then they're, based on the topic, they'll say that's not my area of expertise, and they'll pass you on to someone else. And in that case, it's often science specific. It's not necessarily going to be for K awards. So another way in which you find the program officer is you'll talk to your mentor, and your mentor has a research grant and your topic is in a similar area. So you'll maybe start with that program officer, and they'll direct you to the right person to speak with. And then the initial meeting, the initial request is, I'd like to talk to you about an upcoming K award submission that I plan for October 1st. Would it be possible to meet with you? And then they typically would say, sure, can you send me your specific aims ahead of the meeting?
That's right.
And then during that meeting, they ideally, a good program officer will give you advice about the grant and maybe some suggestions as what to emphasize, areas in which they think maybe there's specific topics that would be of particular interest to a study section that they may know. Which is the second question, is what study section. They will often have advice about study section, particularly if if the institute doesn't have a separate K award study section. And then you also, of course, can ask them about other issues that might be relevant to you specifically, like eligibility or other things that you're concerned about. Chris or Ella, any other things that you sort of talk to your program officer about before a grant submission?
That's
Yeah.
about it. You need to
Got it.
have your specific aims so that they're familiar with what you're trying to do, and then see whether that's something they're interested in, who they would recommend. I completely agree with the suggestions you gave.
Yeah, and sometimes institutes pass grants on to other institutes, but that's happened in my knowledge. But the individual institutes are differentially interested in training, so you need to know that, and the success rate in different institutes is different. So if your work is associated with a specific institute, which I'm sure it is, but it might be two, then you should talk to both of the program officers in both of those institutes. They usually have, every institute kind of has a person who's sort of educationally is responsible for the educational awards. So there's always a program officer in each of the institutes to speak to about the K awards, and then you can find out whether it meshes with their institute or a different institute. But you should find that out. And as I said, every institute has a person you can speak to. Definitely.
Let's answer one more question, and then we'll move on, and then we'll move the other questions to the end. But the question is about grant transfers, and I'll talk first about transferring a K from one institute to another. K awards are granted to the institution, not the individual, unlike R awards. So if you want to move a K award, it's not an automatic. Of course, it can be done. It requires a bit of paperwork, and essentially it's not a full review, but it will be reviewed as how the transfer will work, and you do need the new institution to have adequate resources, a mentorship, et cetera. So it will be scrutinized fairly closely. But of course, it's certainly possible to move a K award. Chris, do you want to comment on moving K99s?
Oh, no, I haven't never moved to K99, but I haven't moved to K01 from WashU, and it was quite a pain. It took about a year, and there was a big delay in everything with paying people and getting stipends and positions sorted. It's quite complicated. I would advise you not to do it unless you really have to. In this case, when when your wife moves or your husband moves or your partner moves, then it's a necessity, right? It's something which you really want to, if you have a child especially. And this was the case here. So they went through it, but it was a difficult process. It took a long time and a lot of writing and back and forth. Even though this candidate was really strong, there was no everyone was in agreement about the mentorship, me having mentorship. There was no questions about that, but it was a long process. It took about a year, and so it's complicated. And of course, getting the right position in the second institution was complicated as well, but we made it work, and that was a K01. I haven't moved to a K99. I've heard of people moving K99s, but I imagine it's just as difficult. It's a lot of paperwork.
Yeah. Let's move on to the last speaker, Dr. Ella Nemeth, who will be talking about K awards, common pitfalls, and our UCLA CTSI KL2 program resources. You're on mute.
I'm going to split my talk in two parts and apologize for the dog barking in the background. The first part of the proposal is going to be about common pitfalls for K proposals, and then the second part is going to be about resources that CTSI has. So I'm briefly going to cover practically everything that was already said by Steve Middleman and Henry Durer and Dr. Evans, just highlighting those common pitfalls and advices for research plan, education plan, candidate statement, and biosketch tips. So the first, I will cover the research plan pitfalls. And one of the really common ones is as you heard, aims are too exploratory or too vague. So the exploratory work, which is hypothesis generating, really should be done in preliminary studies, not as part of the proposal. The proposal should focus on hypothesis testing. So you could potentially include as one of the sub-aims some exploratory aspects if they're high risk, high reward, but that should definitely not be the major part of your application. So this is a really common problem. You cannot submit a K award without preliminary data. Preliminary data is really important, and that is what really gets reviewers enthusiastic about your proposal. There's only one grant mechanism where you can submit without preliminary data, but that is not related to K. Everybody said do not have aims dependent on each other. That's a cardinal fault. So pay attention when you write how you craft these aims. One of the pet peeves of some reviewers is presumptions about aim outcomes. So people will write that this aim will demonstrate that X causes Y or X does Y. Well, it would not be research if you already know this. So change it. If you already have preliminary data saying that X does something, then change your presumptions about outcomes to this aim will demonstrate how X does something. You will, if you're doing true research, you will not know that X does something a priori before you actually do research. So pay attention to how you craft your outcomes or expected outcomes. Some reviewers are very sensitive to this. Another thing that Steve mentioned was the pitfalls alternative section can be poorly done. So many people do not confront the most important pitfalls. They focus on really small technical issues because it's easier to write about that. But really, you are going to get dinged on that. So try to identify the most fundamental conceptual challenges with your aim, and then tell the reviewers, depending on the outcome, how you're going to deal with that. They need to know how you think about it and that you are aware that there are these potential fundamental challenges and how you're going to deal with it. Vague statistics is a really common problem. Sometimes people just write how many samples they're going to use, how many mice, or how many in vitro biological replicates. That is not good enough. It needs to be based on some preliminary data where you already understand the size of the effect, and you should really get help from statisticians or use some other grants. Maybe you have some experience a little bit with statistics. Use other grants to see how people dealt with statistics. And it should be different statistics, whether you're doing mouse work, cellular work, human work. Another common pitfall is that people get carried away and propose really ambitious things without it being obvious whether there is money for that. For example, if you're including single-cell RNA-seq in your proposal, you cannot have 30 samples RNA-seq without emphasizing where that might come from, or propose 2,000 mice or many animals without actually having access to it. So really pay attention. Pay attention to whether you have the adequate resources for what you're proposing. Now, related to education plan, a really common pitfall is that people make it too complicated and just pile one on top of the other things that they're going to do. What you should really do is help reviewers understand the categories of things you should do. So there is a common rule of 3 that Mitch mentioned for the education plan. You could use 3 aims, 3 educational objectives that relate to these aims, and 3 mentors, 1 for each of these educational objectives. That is an easy, simple way to write it. And then you can tie together all of these aims, educational objectives, and mentors. And here is an example. So an example of educational plan overview, and you can also include this and write in detail, in shorthand, what each of these is related to. So here's a type of activity you're going to do, the details about that activity, and then a little more of description. So you can have 3 objectives clearly outlined, and then within each objective, you can indicate who the mentor will be, and then what type of activities relate to this objective, and what are the details about that activity. Same for objective 2, it could be courses, seminars, workshop, guided tutorials, similar things like that. So you can outline, for example, 3 objectives that relate to your aims, and then, of course, add responsible conduct of research and career development aspects, where you can add K-Scholar Society as one of the lines on career development. So this is an example of well-organized table that clarifies each type of activity you're going to do. And then you can incorporate this into a K-award timeline. So here's an example of a relatively simple but also clear K-award timeline, where you can have learning objectives, research activities, and then manuscripts and future grants or outline. So learning objectives have been explained in more detail in the other table, and then you can just outline the timeline for those objectives and your training responsible conduct of research and career development. And then on the research activities, you can outline what kind of activities you're going to do, aim 1, 2, 3, and then manuscripts and future grants. Of course, these are just suggestions. You can craft your own educational objectives and timeline any way you want. Now, related to candidate statement, another common problem is that people summarize in great detail their educational or training pathway. That should be done in BioSketch. The BioSketch is the part where that is already outlined, so you don't need to spend your real estate, writing real estate to summarize that, but rather really focus on the pathway of your research interest and the future vision. So you can highlight through your history what were the impactful research findings and how you got research-wise to the point where you're right now and what the implications were. Important in this area, you can also emphasize any publication trajectory if that is a concern, and also it's helpful in your mentor letter if there is any concern about publication trajectory for mentor to talk about that. You could also emphasize here just how you are starting to separate from the mentor in terms of research. Mentor in their letter should also cover that if that is an issue. And really important in this candidate statement, end with the vision. Focus on not on your very specific project for your K award, but rather the bigger vision. What is this big research question you're investigating, and how your K award will give you a foundation, a platform to expand further upon it and excite the reader about your 10-year plan. So how you envision your K then leading to an R and your own research direction. Related to bio sketches, I don't know why this happens frequently, but people do not include the link to full bibliography. Make sure you always include the link to full bibliography. And then there's always a question of what you can list apart from original peer-reviewed publications. Original peer-reviewed publications have the most weight. That is what reviewers are going to look for. If you feel that you don't have enough of them and you would like to emphasize some new stuff that you have been working on, but you have not published it yet, you could include abstracts from meetings because that shows that you actually are working on it, but really clearly point out that that's an abstract, bold it somewhere at the end and which meeting this was presented at. Reviews, publications that are not original science, but let's say reviews, if you include them, they're not highly valued by the reviewers, but you really need to clearly emphasize that that's a review. And then don't include publications that are not peer-reviewed. So really clarify to the reviewers what type of productivity you're showing, and also don't repeat publications between different contributions to science categories. Reviewers also really mind that when they have to go and figure out whether you have repeated publications multiple times. So now I'll switch to the resources that we have within the CTSI, and there are many different ones. So one of them is the K, I will go in more detail over all of them, but one of them is KL2 awards, which is funding, actual funding for junior faculty, sorry. And then there's a number of others that are available to other people as well, not only the ones who got KL2 awards. So related to KL2 awards given by CTSI, these are very similar to NIH K awards. They're just awarded by our institution or UCLA CTSI consortium. So they're career development support for junior faculty. They can be from any of the 4 institutions, UCLA, Cedars, Charles Drew, and Lundquist. And they really cover the entire spectrum of science. So from basic to clinical to health services research. So anything that would be eligible for K01, K08, K23, you can apply for KL2 award. And they're very similar, almost identical to an application for NIH K Career Development Award. The difference between KL2 and NIH K awards is that the KL2 is not up to 5 years, it's only up to 3 years, whereas NIH K are between 3 and 5 years. And of course, if we have to renew our CTSI grant somewhere in the middle of your KL2 award, whether you're going to continue getting KL2 award will be contingent on whether we got that renewal for the entire CTSI grant. In terms of the amount of money it offers, it's very similar to NIH K awards, except that it's $75,000 in salary, and then $53,000 that covers part of your benefits, and then your supplies and any tuition career development. And you get $2,000 for travel. Eligibility is very similar to NIH in terms of the degree you can have. It can be MD, PhD, dental, or PharmD. The key thing here is that you have to have a faculty title by the grant start date. So the grant always starts on July 1st with no exceptions. And you can apply before you get a faculty title, but your faculty title has to start on July 1st. And you have to commit 75% of effort to KL2 award. That's just like NIH, but it's allowed to have 50% for some of the specialties. And the same requirements where you have to be U.S. citizen, non-citizen, national, or permanent U.S. resident. In addition, other eligibility aspects are that you could have had a small grant, so you could have had that R03, $50,000, or an R21, and you could have had K-12 funding prior to this, but the total of K-12 plus KL2 that you're going to get from CTSI cannot exceed 5 years. What you're not eligible for is if you already had NIH R01 or an equivalent grant where direct costs were high, over $100,000 per year, or if you already have a K award from NIH, K01, K08, K23 or other, or if you already have a VA equivalent, VA Career Development Grant, or some R01 equivalent grant from VA. So these large, if you have already had an official Career Development Award or large grants, you would not be eligible to apply for KL2. Now, the cool thing is that you can use your NIH K proposal and submit it to CTSI as your KL2 proposal. Or alternatively, if you are applying with your KL2 first, even if you don't get it, it may be a useful process because you will get reviewers' comments, which then can use to improve your NIH K proposal. So regardless, I would highly advise you to, if you're thinking of applying for NIH K proposal, to also apply for a KL2 proposal, because in the least you will get helpful reviewer comments, but you may also get funding. And you can use practically the same proposal, except NIH will be slightly larger in scope if you're applying for 5 years, as opposed to KL2, which you're applying for 3 years. Now, an important aspect here is when you can apply for NIH-K versus KL2 through CTSI. We only have one cycle per year, so I'm referring to the cycle to the next year, KL 2025. The full applications will be due in February, but I will give you a little more detail where there is a letter of application the previous year. So this year, in the fall of 2024, there will be letter of intent. But the February 2025 will be the next full application due for KL2. So if you have applied for NIH this year in the summer, or this year in the fall, so 2024 summer or fall, you can submit that proposal to KL2 for 2025 award. The only time you cannot apply to both NIH-K and KL2 is if they're exactly the same application period, meaning NIH application period that's in January, February, and March of 2025 is the same one as when full applications are due for KL2. So if you're applying in this period for NIH, you cannot apply at the same time for KL2 in February 2025. But otherwise, if you're applying for NIH-K prior to that, meaning this year, summer or fall, you can submit for KL2. Or if you apply for NIH next year in summer or fall 2025, again, you can apply for KL2 in February. So a little more detail about this application timeline. I mentioned that it's only once a year. And this full application deadline I mentioned will be late February in 2025. But there will be a pre-application, which is a very short one letter with short career development idea. So it's more like a specific aims submission that is going to be in October or November this year, and you will see announcements for that. And the reason we have this is to make sure that the candidates who are applying are at the right stage of their career development and are eligible for applying for a case. So this will be a short application, and then most people are invited to then submit a full application, and the deadline is late February. So between full application and funding, there's really short time. So this is one of those quick decisions. So after you submit in late February, you're going to be reviewed, and then a subset of people are then invited for applicant interviews, and that happens in May. And then out of those interviews, we award several awards, and they are notified by late May or early June, so that the grant start date is July 1st. And as I said, there are no exceptions for that. And you have to have your faculty position by that point. Okay, so that's the end of KL2 award mechanism. I'm going to now talk about other resources that CTSI offers. One of them that may be very helpful is this grant proposal online library that CTSI offers. And it contains a number of grants that were funded, so successful grants, both in the K or R or U space, as well as the NIH bio sketches. So it's helpful to see them. You have to request access to them, so you cannot just go on and find them. You have to apply for it, and then you get access to a secure platform for sharing grants. So nobody can download your proposal. Video instructions are here, how to request access. And so after you submit an application and you're granted you're granted access, which happens quickly, then you can get on this secure platform. And once you're in this secure platform, you can search by the type of grants you're interested in, the institutes that you're interested in, and then you can access the grants that you would like to read. And as I mentioned, you cannot download them. You can only view them in this secure platform. Likewise, I would like to invite you, if you receive successful K awards, or to share your proposal with this online library. Right now, we have access to UCLA successful grants, some of them, but the grant library is going to be expanded to multiple institutions shortly. Another important resource is the UCLA K Scholar Society, CTSI K Scholar Society. This is once you get your K. So this is for career development awardees, and it could be either those who received KL2 through CTSI, or if you receive your NIH or VA career development awards, American Heart Association, etc. So anybody who has already career development award can join this K Scholar Society, and this is actually a really great resource. It consists of a 2-year curriculum, and we meet once a month. It's always on a Tuesday for a couple of hours in the afternoon for 2 years. And the curriculum includes many different presentations. They're not repeating each year. It's a different curriculum over 2 years, and then after that, it repeats again. So you will get presentations that focus on grant writing, communication, both for presentations and for writing, team science, entrepreneurship, leadership. You will have an opportunity to do work in progress presentations to your fellow K scholars. You can submit your grants to mock study sections to get reviewed by your fellow K scholars, as well as you can function as a reviewer on those K scholars mock study sections. So you actually see how the study sections function, and you get help for reviewing your own grant. We also have open discussion sessions where you can submit your questions of interest, and a panel of faculty will discuss it with the K scholars. There are presentations about pre- and post-grant management, equity, diversity, inclusion, human resources issues, etc. As part of this K Scholar Society, you can also get access to professional grant writer consultations. Our professional grant writer is actually a former LA Times writer, and is extremely helpful to polish and give you suggestions for how to improve your grant writing. It's not scientific, but it's related to specifically writing. And also you have access to apply for open office hours with KL2 directors, where you can discuss any issue that you are confronting. Also, this K Scholar Society is a really useful thing to include within your education plan where you're applying for NIH K Award. to include this K Scholar Society, and you can get this boilerplate description in this link, and you can include it in your education plan as a resource that you're going to utilize during your K award. Additional things, once you get within the CTSI, is different kinds of grant studios, and there are both type of grant studios for individual scholars as well as for groups of scholars, and I'll cover the group ones right after this slide. But there are grant studios that involve, for individual scholars, that involve this longitudinal mentoring for application for K or R grants. So the priority is given to those who are either KL2 awardees or are within the K Scholar Society, and you will be paired with 3 senior mentors that have expertise in your specific area of interest, or also specific career aspects, career development aspects, or statistical expertise. And so those 3 mentors are going to be assigned to your grant. They're going to meet with you, read your grant. You have to submit your grant. They're going to meet with you 3 times from concept to final product and sort of critique and help you improve your grant. And then at the end, if you apply from these grant studios, your grant will be reviewed in the mock study section for final review, where other case scholars and 1 faculty reviewer will actually do a formal study section review of your proposal. So that is for individual scholars, but there's also a grant writing boot camp that was recently developed that is for group of scholars. So these are longitudinal group seminars that were organized by Office for Physician Scientist Career Development that Mitch heads, and also together with CTSI. They're both K and R boot camps, and these groups include 4 to 8 scholars per boot camp and are led by a faculty leader. And they meet twice a month for 4 months prior to each NIH cycle. So these are the dates approximately when they meet. And the format is that these are in-person meetings to help you prepare a first application. And they include peer feedback. So other people who are within the bootcamp are going to give feedback to you, and you have to give back to other people in the group. But there's also feedback from faculty leader. And then between meetings, you're expected to create documents for the next meeting and also provide feedback to the peer that you're helping within this bootcamp. So what I mentioned as resources, I just wanted to reiterate here, there are KL2 awards you can apply for with your intended K grant. So these are relatively competitive, but they will give you useful feedback even if you don't get awarded. And then K Scholar Society is extremely helpful once you get your career development award, but also keep in mind that there are grant studios, both individual and group ones, and then this grant library of successful awarded grants that you can have access to. And of course, these workshops like one you're attending today for K, but there's also another one for R. So I will stop there and we can then discuss all the questions, both related to what I said and also any other questions you have about previous talks.
Thanks, Ella. That's great. I'm going to just throw out some questions that are waiting in the chat, some from before. So the one question is about hypothesis testing. Does X independent variable need to be a single variable? Can we use a general concept such as lifestyle, for example, that has more than one element or component?
As long as you have some, well, maybe Mitch can help with this since this seems a little bit different than what I'm used to, but as long as you have some preliminary data showing that there is some connection between things you're testing, that's sort of hypothesis testing rather than hypothesis generating. If you have no idea whether independent variable is related to the other things, then that it will be still exploratory. But maybe Mitch can comment on more complex analyses.
I think it's a good statement. I think it's good. You bring up a really good point about hypothesis testing versus something that's exploratory. But the issue around anything that you're proposing, variable X, it could be something more complex like lifestyle, or something that has multiple components. Whatever you propose, it should be well defined. You need to have a conceptual model for it, and as well as a concrete construct for how you're going to define it and how you're going to measure it. So the short answer is yes. You could have an independent variable that is a bit more complex than a single precise measurement. The next question is about total years of support on a K award. And in this case, if you're on a K-12 or a KL2, for example, and then you apply for a K-08. So I can answer that one. It's a very common thing to do, is to switch from an institutional K award to an individual K award. And every institute is different. Some institutes have made explicit criteria around that and have indicated the total number of years of support. And it usually ranges anywhere from 6 to 8, whereas other institutes do not have an explicit criteria, but more of an implicit internal criteria. So you should talk to your program officer about that specific question and know the answer before you submit your K award. Next question, is there anyone who could help point a resident in the right direction for similar opportunities? I'm not sure actually what this is referring to. Maybe for a KL2, I think it's because we were talking about KL2 grants.
I think
Yes, correct.
Okay. I was going to say this could be expanded also to people who are postdocs at the moment. There are workshops developed by postdoctoral office. They're discussing how to apply for a K award. So that would be similar to the one we are doing, but specifically talking to postdocs. I don't know of any other workshop that will be for earlier stage. There's some for F32, which will be a postdoctoral award. And then this one will be the next stage, which is a K award. I'm not sure of anything in between.
I think I think the question is, I think, about funding opportunities. So I think F grants is one possibility, individual nurse grants as well. But I think in terms of career development awards, a resident wouldn't necessarily be excluded from a career development award. And even a KL2 grant, you could be eligible if you're not on faculty at the time of application. But you do need to be on faculty by the time you receive it for the KL2. For K08, K01s, K23s, you can actually get those grants before you join faculty. And we've been successful in a number of cases to do that. But I would say to be eligible and be a competitive candidate for an individual K award, you need commitment from the department for a faculty position. And the letter should state that very clearly. Years and years and years ago, we had a resident who applied for a K award and was awarded it. And in the end, the department wouldn't commit to a faculty position, so the K award had to be returned. So that's an unfortunate situation. I haven't seen that happen in a long, long time, but you could get a K award as a house staff. As far as other grant opportunities, professional societies is actually a very common source, and other scientific foundations. And then there was a separate question about workshops without already being a K awardee. Yeah, I think so. The K Scholar Society is specifically for those who have K awards. You can always request to join K Scholar Society if you don't have a K award, and we do have limited capacity. So typically the answer is no for the K Scholar Society, but you can always ask. In terms of other workshops, as Ella mentioned, there are other resources. And if you're looking for something specific, I always tell people just reach out to us and we can try to find something specific for you. If we're aware of it, we'll direct you in the right direction to how to access those resources if you're looking for something very specific. Citizenship status, that's a big question, but I think a relatively simple answer. For most K award, NIH K awards, you need to be a citizen or have a green card, or but I think the one exception is Chris. I think the K99, right? Yeah, and that's just for K awards. For our awards, right? You don't need to be a U.S. citizen. Is that correct?
Yeah, but you need to get approval from the project officer to put one in. Yeah, they deter people from putting in our grants from other countries. So there's some kind of permission process. I mean, people can have our grants from other countries, but it's put in a special category, and there needs to be approval. So it's not simple. I think the thinking is that if the work can be done in the United States, they want to pay people who can do it in the United States.
But if you are an applicant from United States, just not yet permanent resident, that's the question.
Oh yeah. That's fine. It's if you're in a different country and you're applying for an R grant. I thought that's what.
But in terms of K Scholar Society, we don't have a requirement for citizenship just to join the K Scholar Society. It's contingent on you having a career development award. So most career development awards do require citizenship or permanent residency, except for K99. So in that case,
K99, you can be part of the K scholarship program. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have a foundation career development award, you're eligible for the K Scholar Society, and a lot of those foundation awards do not require that. Going back to some other questions about reviewers, if you resubmit a grant, what is the likelihood that you'll get the same reviewers who will review the initial submission?
not guaranteed at all. Yes, just like for an R. Yeah. There's usually a roster of people who are regular members, so there's a chance that your grant is going to go to the same people, or at least a subset of the same people, but it's absolutely not guaranteed. So it may be a different set of reviewers, or some of the reviewers may be different. So yeah, we will not be talking just to the original reviewers. Just make sure you make it as good as you can for anybody.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody went over the revision sheet that you put in if you're putting a revised grant in. Did anyone go through that? No, that's an important one too. I would assume that the same reviewers are or that the new reviewers will agree with the criticisms of the last reviewers, even though you might not think it's right. So I would write it as if you're addressing address all the reviews. That's what the criticisms of the past grant, rather than thinking that that wasn't a valid point, but argue against them, argue against it. Don't assume you're going to get a new set of reviewers, because you might have overlap, and the new reviewers will take into account what was criticized last time. They won't just look at it with new eyes. That's probably the first thing they may look at, is the reviews from last time.
Absolutely. So one item that you will be judged on is how well you responded to a previous set of critiques.
Yep.
And if you do get a new reviewer, the only thing they're going to see are the critiques. They're not going to see your original application. They're just going to see the new application and the set of critiques. So you absolutely have to respond to those critiques, because even a new reviewer will judge how well you responded to those critiques.
Yep.
There was a question quite a bit earlier just about how different do the aims of two grants have to be to both be submitted to NIH? And the example was K99 and F32. And I think that there's two ways to interpret the question. One is if it's sequential submissions or whether they're simultaneous submissions. If you guys want to try to tackle that.
Well, F32 and K99 or K01, whichever one, are for very different stages of career development. So F32 is when you're starting your postdoc.
Yep.
And you really can only have 3 years of support on F32. If you have had any other kind of support for your postdoctoral work, like T32, before you're applying for F32, the total amount of support cannot exceed 3 years. So it's a very limited, and it's supposed to be for early postdoc. Whereas K99 or K1 or K08 is when you're transitioning from postdoc to junior faculty. So very different stage of development is when you would submit them.
Yep.
Let's say you had a grant with two different. Oh, Luke, you wanted to clarify? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess kind of thinking about awards that offer you some postdoc experience, the K99, then further experience. I have a K99 that's going through the resubmission process, and I guess I'd like to cover my bases by kind of building on that, what I've done, and hopefully submitting it to another NIH kind of postdoc award. But I understand, you can't submit the same thing, and I'm wondering how different do I have to make it to resubmit?
Are you eligible for things like NIH K01, K08, or you are not eligible for those?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I have about 2 years postdoc experience, so I'm eligible for the K99, and I'm trying to identify another postdoc award.
So if you have not been funded for many years, if you have not been funded for those 2 years on some other, like a T32 or federal award, then you probably can submit for F32, which would only last 3 years, but they would like people to be early stage postdoc.
Right.
And you have
and-
to be citizen or permanent
Yeah,
resident.
you have to be US citizen for that. But you are a US citizen, Luke?
Yeah. Well, I've residency, which I think is
Yeah, that'll work. And so you could apply for a K01, right, as well?
yeah. And so I guess in relation to say your specific aims for each, in terms of how to reshape it or how much you have to reshape it to resubmit, if I've already submitted a K99 or have one under review, they can't be identical, but how similar can they be?
I mean, in principle, they will not let you, if you're hoping to get both of them and keep both of them, they're not going to let you do that. So I'm thinking in principle, you could submit the same application, just change it into a longer K01 or K08 career development award, where your mentored part and career development part will be much longer than for a K99. So you could do that, and then once you get your scores, you keep one or the other. But I don't know that you can't submit 2 separate ones and then keep both of them.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought they had to be different. Sorry. I thought they had to be different, or had to kind of follow maybe a different outcome or slightly different aims. But that's
I think if you submit them at exactly the same time to the same time for review, then they can't be identical. But if you're doing successive submissions, then they can be the same.
Yeah, I don't see any problem why. I mean, you've got another couple of years before you're up for putting in your K99. So it's you applied very early. In my experience, most people apply in the end of the second year or third year for their K99s. And but if you don't get it, you can put the same grant in, I think, as a K01, and maybe just expand the training part.
So there was a question about how many years an early entry junior faculty member would be considered eligible to apply for a K grant, such as a K08. And I can take a stab at that. So again, we talked a little bit about how far out of your terminal degree you need to you are. I think if you're an early faculty member, they're going to look at two things. One is just the time on faculty, but also the time since your terminal degree, which can mean different things. So let's say you're a physician without an additional degree. They would look at the end of your clinical training as opposed to the MD degree that you have. If you are an MD PhD and you got a PhD during medical school, again, they would look at the end of your clinical training as sort of the starting point. And then if you got an additional research degree, or if you're a PhD only, they are going to look at the end of your PhD degree. And then if you're a PhD only, they're going to count up postdoc years, which you've already talked about as well. So it's kind of everything together in terms of your total time after your research degree that they're going to look at. And I think so it depends a little bit. If you're thinking about a K08, then I would say you're a physician. But then they're going to really look at the end of your clinical training and or your research degree, if you got a research degree after your clinical training or at the end of your clinical training. No magic number there. The more years you're beyond that point, the harder it is to get a K award. I think typically we see people getting K awards anywhere between 1 to 6, 7, 6 or 7 starts to get a little long if you're sort of in that extension. So.
And if you're a junior faculty, you can't apply for a K99 if you've already got a position. You have to be a postdoc for K99.
Yeah. So in this case, you see you have a DDS and a PhD 4 years ago. So whatever was last is sort of what they're going to look at. Whether if you got a PhD then a DDS, or a PhD then a DDS, or if you got them together, they're going to look at sort of at the end of all of that, and then start your clock will start ticking then. So 4 years is certainly within reason.
Yeah.
Plenty of people will get a K award within 4 years. 5 years to, again, 6. If it's starting to say 6 or 7, that's a little long, and you might think about just going for an R01. So thank you for everybody for participating. We went a little long. We were happy to stay long for questions. So if you have more questions, feel free to reach out to us individually. We can answer those questions. To Chris and Ella, thank you for staying on and participating in the Q&A. Again, we welcome people to reach out to us for help and support. This is what we're here for. So thank you, everybody.
Bye.